And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Europe, number 216. Earlier today, we were live with the Asia version of this tournament, and it was a spicy event. Let me tell you, I highly recommend checking out the VODs. If you missed it live, check out the ESL Open Cup Asia weekly. Check out the VODs. They're amazing. They're beautiful. But we are here with the European variant of the ESL Open Cups. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our Swedish Zerg player. The yellow Zerg representing Team Brody. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Blazer, the Polish Protoss. It is Cristiano. And we are jumping in at mid-series here again. We did go live a little bit later than normal. We went live 1 hour later, 1 hour into the tournament. But again, I do apologize that we were otherwise held up. I was cooking. He was cooking, Papi was cooking. I was just making some dinner, getting some food inside me before going live and getting into this cast. So I am filled up and I'm ready to be filled even further with StarCraft. Oh. Hold on. Fill me up, Papi. God. Jesus. As we're going to be going for a pool first. Was a pool first opener. Pool first here from our lovely Swedish Zerg player. Very interesting opener, might I add. With this, he's going to gain access to faster lings, and there you go. The lings are on the way. They're going to be shutting down these probes, and lings can get across the map as well, and maybe force an overreaction back at home. Cristiano going for a gate expand. The gate expand into the Cybercore. We missed out on game one. Not too sure what did occur in game one, but I'm sure it led into this choice here from Fiant. Again, we'll see what he can get done with these lings. They're going to at least shoo away that probe. They can get across the map and maybe wreak a little bit of havoc. As the lings have been spotted, have been confirmed. 4 lings for the time being, only 4 lings. We're going to be joining up behind this. The first queen is on the way, and Cristiano back at home is going to be fully walling off with that Cybercore. If he didn't, and if he was being greedy, and he doesn't want to make a Zealot, he's going for the Adept. The Adept would come out a little bit too late. The lings would get here. The lings would dive on the pylon, but with the full wall off, the pylon is safe. The pylon is safe and sound. Damage is going to be done to the Cybercore, but by the time the Adept comes out, we should be shooting this away, and the Cybercore should live. As the lings, they whittle away at the Cybercore. They get a little bit of damage done, but there we go. There's the cancel. The Adept has arrived, and we do not deal any hull damage to the Cybercore. Very clean defense here by Cristiano. We can see some lings threaten to dive, but they're going to be forced back. Link speed is on the way, and we have our tech of choice. It is going to be a Stargate opener by Cristiano. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be a Stargate into, I imagine, Oracle production here from Cristiano. Likewise, Fiant is just going to be droning up back at home, getting into this queen production. Again, it was an early spawning pool, that is true. We saw some damage was dealt with the lings, but nothing too major, nothing too extensive. We're going to be getting into the rest of the game from here. Fiant with a slight economic deficit. With that slight deficit. Hold on, just making sure that we're live everywhere we need to be. Just making sure, Papi, making sure. Online. Bam. There we go. Beautiful. As they do shade in across the map. They do slip into the natural waste. One drone goes down, and we're going to get, a second drone in the main base as well. Good damage here from Cristiano. Getting a handful of workers. Shading on back, shading on away. Ooh. And we'll barely get back into the natural. Getting even more damage done. Ooh. We went from 2 to now 4 drone kills. We're not going to get the 5th, but 4 workers for 2 adepts. Very well worth it here for Cristiano. And we're not done. We're coming in with the Oracle. We're diving into the natural. We do focus down 1 additional drone, but we did overextend. A bit of miscontrol there by Cristiano. Nice movement out of Fiant, just forcing that miscontrol out of our Protoss player. Did deal some extra DPS. And Cristiano, his Adept harass was good. His Oracle harass a little bit lackluster here. Did fumble the ball a little bit, has to retreat, and Fiant can now safely drone. Getting into his spores. He's got 2 queens in the main, 2 queens here at the natural as well. Overlord Scout dives into the main base, confirming the Stargate, confirming the follow-up. It's going to be a Twilight Council. I don't see a Forge. I don't see a Forge here for Cristiano. Interesting. This could be for a Glaive Adepts as a follow-up. Third base has been delayed. Quite heavily, actually. Show us Glaives are charged. It's going to be one or the other as the Overlord is being focused down. Just waiting for the rest of those resources. Okay, we're going for a Twilight Council into a Templar Archives. We have seen this before. Okay, so if you've been watching Cristiano these past couple of months, and yes, I will say months, I want to say we first saw it like last year, like November-ish. Cristiano has been going for these very heavy Immortal Archon charge load compositions. I'm not so sure what I want to call it, but a lot of the Polish players, a lot of the Polish Protoss players have been embracing this. Cristiano, Geralt, Ziomek, Rodzin, Papi, they've all been embracing it in some way, shape, or form. I think Cristiano originated it. I think he started it. I think the others have been following suit, where again, you just build up a very heavy Immortal count with Chargeal Archon, and it's you know, quite an A-move army. It's it's quite terrifying, once it does get going. And there it is, the first Immortal's on the way. Now, when I say mass Immortal, I mean mass Immortal. I'm talking like 5, 6, up to 8 Immortals here for Cristiano. We should be pushing with 5, I believe. I think it's 5 with the initial wave. And that's the army he's going to be working towards. Meanwhile, Fiance back at home, going to be droning. Now, this is a very tech-heavy style. It takes a while to really build up, which means if Fiance realizes what's going on, we should be free to take a 4th base, drone up to 80 workers, work towards an infestation bit, max out on Lingbane Roach Ravager, even tech up even further. So it's on Fiance to take advantage of how passive Cristiano is going to be. Just do the recall back home. Keeping these Archons here, again, a bit of an overreaction, but we didn't want to lose the Prism, didn't want to lose the Archons. Did go for the recall. And we can see that Cristiano is going to be chilling here back at home. Again, just building up that Immortal count. We have 1, now we're reaching 2. We're getting there, we're getting up to that 5. Oh, Fiance heavily supply blocked. That's 6 Overlords. 6 Overlords on the way. Big misstep there by Fiance, getting supply blocked at now of all times. And you can see he's falling behind in drones. And he's actually not droning. Oh, he's not droning. He's cutting workers here at 58. He's massing roaches as we speak. I'm not so sure about this. But is massing those roaches. Drones, ooh, taking a lot of hits by these Archons. It looks like we've sustained too much damage. It looks like Fiance, he's accepted he's just lost too many workers here. Losing even more. 9-13. Oh my god, almost the entire mineral line. 15 drones go down. A handful do survive, and we're all in. It's all or nothing here for Fiance. The problem is we're going all in against 3, soon to be 4 Immortals. Now it's going to be Cristiano's turn to be supply blocked. That's a lot of pylons. 4 pylons being thrown down. Big supply block now for Cristiano. We're taking turns. As the Archons, they do get dropped here at the 3rd. Roach is going to be whirling on in. Again, we do see Fiance trying to retain what little economy he has left. And here we go. It's time for the all-in. What are we working with? We have 26 Roaches. We have soon-to-be 20 Lings alongside them. We are all in. Now, this 4th base should be denied. We can deny the 4th, but the 3rd and the natural. We have a couple of shield batteries. No shield batteries at the natural, though. The Immortals are pushing forward. We run into the Roaches. Oh, just before charge finishes. Good force fields, though. Good force fields here on the army. We catch out the Roaches. The Immortals are going ham. Lings, they're flooding in. They're helping soak some damage. But Cristiano, you can see him dominate this fight again. Those Immortals are going ham. There's 3 of them. Now 4 and soon to be 5. Now, if we weren't supply blocked, I'm pretty sure this move out would be with 5 Immortals. But this, again, maxed out, or this push was delayed. Regardless, we can see Cristiano just juggling forward here, trading so well against the Roaches, against the Ravagers. He is snowballing out of control. A big warping of Zealots. We can see some of the Immortals are going to be going down. Bit of an overextension by Cristiano, but he knows that he smells blood. He knows how desperate Fiance was with that attack. And there's just not enough here as he chases down the Roaches, hunts them down. And we're just running out of steam. We're running out of units. We have a handful of Roaches left. And GG gets called. Cristiano forces the all-in, shuts the all-in down, and takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cristiano for taking the series 2-0. My condolences to Fiance. We don't know what happened in game number 1, but here in game 2, again, it seemed like he was forced into the all-in. It feels like he had just lost too many drones. Too many drones went down. And Fiance realized that it was just too much damage dealt and he could not recover economically. It was all or nothing, and in the end, Cristiano did take it. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. With that, Cristiano, he advances on into the next round, and we will find out who he's going to be facing as we try to piece together exactly where we are. Oh boy. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves as we do switch our scenes over and try to catch up. Try to gather our bearings here. Okay, from the top. It's a big bracket, as it usually is here in ESL Open Cup Europe. It's going to be Clem versus Rare in the round of 32. Clem is going to be one of the favorites for the entire tournament. Can he be stopped? Can he be slowed down? We'll see. Best of luck to Rare, as Clem is going to be looking for a deep run. Behind, just under them, we have Forjumi versus HyperX, or HypeX? Hype? Versus Hype. Young Yakov didn't show. Feels bad, man. That would have been a good series. Forjumi versus Young Yakov into Clem would have been amazing. But Young Yakov not here. Did get walkovered. My condolences here. A little bit of a shame. But it does mean that Forjumi is going to have an easier time in the round of 32. And it will most likely be Clem versus Forjumi in the round of 16. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Kellezer. He didn't show up either. No! There was a walkover. Kellezer, he is not here, unfortunately. And we do have a walkover. Instead, we have Baby Marine versus Urka. Oh, sorry, Lidka. Baby Marine was forced into the ace match by GG Machine. I expected them to go back and forth, but Baby Marine does come out on top. GG. Very well done. Baby Marine here in the round of 32 should be favored to advance on into the round 16 to face off against Ashbringer. It's Ashbringer versus Kaizen, as Lambo didn't show. Oh my god, a lot of high caliber players checking in but not showing. Funada, Lambo, Young Yakov, and Funada, Kellezer, Lambo, and Young Yakov. None of them did show up, so as a result, the seeding in this tournament is a little bit up in the air. A little bit scattered, just a bit, as we are going to be working that next step. Sorry, as we are just going to be trying to find ourselves here. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Hero Marine versus Gref. Gref, of course, is a known cannon rusher, and Hero Marine is coming in as one of the heavy favorites, so it's going to be a bit of a TVP in the round 32. Winner goes up against Cristiano. Oh, there you go. Cristiano, he's waiting in the round 16, waiting for either Hero Marine or Gref. Most likely Hero Marine, so I do wish Cristiano the best of luck in that series. As we scroll down a little bit further, we have Mana versus Gunner into Mixu. Mixu waiting for either Mana or Gunner. Shouldn't be waiting too much longer here. Shouldn't be waiting too much. As we scroll down towards the bottom of the bracket, we have Rostock versus Figaro. Oliveira didn't show. No! Oliveira joining Kellezer, joining Young Yakov and Lambo, wherever they are. But Oliveira, he did not show up. There was a walkover, and Figaro versus Rostock is in the round of 32. Maxwax up against Defi. Maxwax, another favorite player to make a deep run. Should be going far in this tournament. We have Geralt up against either Rex or Shoes. We have Trigger versus Deristery. Currently underway. Winner goes up against Spirit, most likely, but wish the best to Indy, as they are all duking it out. So a bit of Polish on Polish action there in the round of 32. Wish Trigger the best, and Deristery, and Spirit as well. They are all facing off. At the bottom of the bracket, we have Showtime versus Hydra in a PvP. Winner goes up against Nikic or Harsum in a ZVP. I believe that is a rematch. I believe Nikic initially beat Harsum a couple weeks ago. I think last week Harsum got his revenge. And now they face off again. And we'll see who comes out on top. Meanwhile, we have Disc versus Dolan and then Protoss versus Terran. And that will lead into, most likely, Raynor. As Raynor is here in the bottom half of the bracket. Looking to make a deep run. Making it far here. Oh, and do we have a series? We do. Oh my god. We do have a series as it looks like Gref versus Hero Marine has ended, and I need to very quickly set up, I need to very quickly set things up here. As we're going to be following Cristiano into his next series. It is going to be Hero Marine versus Cristiano, already starting up next. I didn't even realize they finished, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit confused. Didn't even realize that Hero Marine versus Gref had ended. here we go. We have our next series. It is going to be a TVP coming up next. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Maus. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Blazer. It is Christianer. Let's go. Catching up in the chat. But yes, we are here on our TVP again. Hero Marine is going to be one of the heavy favorites to win the entire tournament. We have some big names, despite all the players that didn't show up. We have players like Hero Marine, Big Gabe, we have Clem, we have Rainer, we have MaxPax, we have Showtime. Some big titans of the European region are still here, and they will be duking it out to determine who makes it through and who is this week's champion. Or will there be an upset? Can someone stand in their way? Can Christianer cause an upset? For the time being, Proxy Rax is going to be a Proxy Rax. Now, not the most committed proxy. The Probe Scout is going to confirm that the Rax is missing. The Rax could be further in the main. It could be at the natural, could be at the third base. And you can see Christianer, he's looking for that Rax. We should be making Reapers, and this SCV can throw down a bunker behind the mineral line. Behind the natural base, there is potential here to go for a bunker rush and deny mining in the natural to coincide with the Reaper. Nexus has been thrown down, the probe leaves, and here comes that SCV and show us that bunker. Yes, the SCV does slip in between the Nexus and the pylon, throws down the bunker. Now, the reasoning for this is that the bunker can deny mining in the mineral line, and can also focus down the pylon to depower the shield battery. So the pylon is going to be under threat. Likewise, Reaper does arrive. Shield battery is on the way. Ooh, we do get one probe kill already. We slip into the main base looking for another probe, and we will not get one yet. Oh! Ooh, as we get a second probe, just barely. Doesn't get surrounded. Stalker has arrived, and has this Reaper overextended? One more shot! Ooh. Does get in time. Dives into the bunker. Will be saved. SCV is in position to repair, and we will top up this bunker. Keep it alive. Good juggling so far. Again, we want to try and dive that SCV into the bunker to avoid those shots. As soon as the Stalker does move forward. Oh! A little bit late there to dive in. It did take one shot. One connection on the SCV. You can see the shield battery has been denied. Was cancelled. I believe not killed. Yeah, what? No, it was killed! Ooh, lack of cancel there by Christianer. Big loss. SCV taking a lot of damage. Does jump in, but is one shot away from going down. The pylon has been targeted. The pylon will fall, depowering that shield battery. But there's a secondary shield battery and pylon behind this. I believe out of range of the overcharge, and these Stalkers are taking damage, but there's the overcharge. Is within range. Does top them up. You can see the Stalkers taking a lot of hits. SCV goes down. We salvage the bunker, and the aggression has subsided. Marines are going to be hunted down. Reaper dives into the main base. We're looking for another probe, and can we get one? Oh, they're getting so low. Stalker does come out. We get one more. One more probe. Reaper finally falls. Did we see the tech as well? Let's find out. So far, 3 probe kills, 1 pylon, 1 shield battery. Very nicely done here by Hero Marine. Really good damage, and based on his scouts, he did get eyes on the Twilight Council. He knows, he's aware of the tech. He is aware the tech, is aware of the opener. Behind this, we do have Hero Marine getting into his 3-rack setup, going for a 3-1-1. CC is getting up and running, getting into his mid-game here. But before that, we're going for a Cyclone drop. The aggression just doesn't end. Christianer, he finally dealt with the Reapers, finally dealt with the bunker. But now, here come the Cyclones. Here they come. Christianer going right for his third base. So it's going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener into a third. Very economic here out of Christianer. Cyclone does come across that third base. Big scout here by Hero Marine. Now he knows how passive and economic Christianer is being, and how safe he is back at home. Again, with only 2 gateways, Cristiano, he can't really apply any pressure. He can't really be too assertive. So here, Marine, he can cut corners. He can be safe. Oh, and probes are going down. Yes, Cyclones, they annihilate workers so quickly. 5 probes go down in an instant. We're not done. We're going to get another. 6 probes in total. The Cyclones live. The medevac lives. We can see Cristiano trying to catch out that drop. Going for it. Oh! Doesn't quite get it, though. Doesn't quite catch in the end. Big stalker shots. As we can see, Cristiano trying to corner that medevac. Trying to corner the drop. As behind this, we're going to be settling up on 2 bases. We have +1 on the way. Stim, combat shields. We should be working towards a 3rd base as well, momentarily. As Cristiano is trying to stabilize here on 3 bases and is taking up even further. We started with Blink Stalkers, now we're going into Charge Lots as well as Colossus production. A pretty standard setup here by Cristiano, like nothing too fancy when it comes to his army composition. We're not going into Storm, we're not rushing into Disruptors, at least I assume we're not. Here, Marine, we'll get the hell out of there. We'll get out of there. Cristiano poking across the map with a handful of stalkers. There's no prism, there's no way to reinforce, so we just have a light presence outside. We're not really threatening the bases. And Cristiano has to be very careful to overextend, otherwise he will lose his army. As here, Marine is breaking free, stimming on forward. I mean, baits out a stim. As Cristiano is going to be able to escape, doesn't lose the stalker, not yet. What's yet here is here, Marine. He rotates over towards the left-hand side. Rotates in between the bases. He's arriving here with his first tank. This is a pretty hefty army again. Stim, +1 and combat shields. It is all done. Concussive shell in a couple of seconds as well. Colossus has arrived. We have the overcharge. Auto starts being thrown down. Shield battery gets focused down. And here, Marine, he wants to break Cristiano here and now. A bit of friendly fire with that mine. Ay, ay, ay. Colossus, we're barely holding on, but the Colossus is so exposed. It's all on its own, and yeah, we can collapse on that Colossus. We can go for one or we can go for the other. Yeah, Colossus gets targeted. There's one left, and it's soon to be none left. It's so close. Can we get it? We can. Uno más. One more shot. One more shot. It does go down. A very successful attack there by here, Marine. He doesn't break the economy. He doesn't break through into the 3rd base, but here come the reinforcements. And Cristiano, he just lost everything. He lost all of his Colossus. He's trying to warp in desperately. No more shield batteries, no more overcharge. Zealots are coming in. So far, good kiting out of Gabe. We're down to 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers remaining. But another Colossus has arrived, and Cristiano, he's barely forcing this back. Barely holding on. We live, Papi, we live. Let's go. As from here, we're going to be able to back off. Cristiano, he buys himself a little bit of breathing room. He now has a shield battery, now has 2 Colossus. We can see that Cristiano, he's trying to stabilize here on 4 bases, but at the same time, here Marine does dive in towards that natural. Again, barely giving Cristiano time to breathe. Zealots, they collapse on this big mine shot here on the Zealots. Here Marine, he does manage to escape, does manage to back up. Cristiano, he's holding. He is surviving. Now, here Marine is still in the driver's seat. He still has an advantage. Like, he's ahead in the economy. He should be working towards a 4th base, 2nd starport on the way. Like, here Marine, he's in the driver's seat right now. And Cristiano, he's still trying to maintain control of his own base. He still doesn't have any kind of presence on the map. Disruptors are on the way. Massive Marauder army here on the right-hand side, going for the fourth. It's spotted. It's spotted. Seeing the mine shots. How good are they going to be? Well, a bit of a premature disruptor shot. That is disruptor shot. That is going to be a kill on the Nexus, not a cancel. Oof, a kill on the base. A brutal pick-off. A brutal pick-off. As Hero Marine is going to come back in. This time we are in position. This time we actually have our army ready and waiting. Cristianos, I mean. Disruptors repositioning as well. Hero Marine catching the Zealot run by. Ooh. Expensive losses here for Cristiano. Bleeding out so many Zealots, and you can see Hero Marine take a massive supply lead. Reaching that 180. Almost maxed out. Now, Cristiano can take a fight with a good Nova. Like two. Two good Novas, and we can win a fight. Speaking of, decent connections. Decent connections on Hero Marine, and not the best splits. But still not good enough. We grazed the army, we got a handful of Marauders. You can see here was 5 Marauders and 5 Marines. A big anti-armor missile here on the army. Nova goes off! Good split there from Gabe. Losing 1 Marine. Much better reaction there from our Terran. He's going to be sitting on forward. Again, Nova looking to connect. Takes out a Marauder. Takes down a Marauder, and we almost do some friendly fire there. The Vikings going ham on the Colossus. But the Vikings will go down. Well, the Novas, though, once again not connecting. Cristiano's struggling a little bit here. Frazzled, a bit of a panic move there from Cristiano, fanning out his Novas. Doesn't connect. Yeah, you could see the panic there in the army control, and Mirror Marine, he just has too much. Killing so many disruptors. That was 5 disruptors going down. Once again, a good target firing by Gabe. And Cristiano, he's barely holding on, but you can see that his army is just being whittled away. There's barely anything left standing. 1 Colossus, 1 disruptor, a handful of gateway units. And Hero Marine rallying across the map, keeping some supply back at home for some run-bys. You see he leaves a couple of Liberators, a couple of Marines, a couple of Marauders, ready for Zealots. And it looks like he will be backing up. He's going to be rotating around, going for another angle of attack. It's like, okay, you're barely surviving here. Let's go somewhere else. Let's make sure that you're not expanding. As we dive on the base, that's going to be a kill on the 5th. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Cristiano building back up to 3 disruptors. Trying to build back up. Still only on 64 workers. You can see that Hero Marine, he's just outscaling him. He's got 71 SCVs. He has mules on top of that. He's pulling his opponent apart. Collapses on the 4th base. We do force a recall. Force a recall here to the right-hand side. And Hero Marine, he's been in the driver's seat almost this entire game ever since the first attack. Ever since Cristiano lost his first couple of Colossus at the 3rd, he has been just on the back foot. And has yet to recover. And Hero Marine's maxed. And here we go, we're going for a split push. Now, to be fair, this could work for Cristiano, but his recall is on cooldown. He can take a fight on the right, but he has nothing left here towards the left. No, sorry, he has a Colossus. He's in position. Does force the pick up. And again, this is the best chance for Cristiano, which is basically Hero Marine splitting up his own army. Good splits against the Novas. Once again, beautifully done here. 1 Nova, a better connection here for Cristiano. Gets a handful of units, but it loses the Colossus. Colossus goes down. Disruptors, they wander into the army. Oof. Another Nova will connect, but we lose every single disruptor. Job coming back in. Your Marine overextending a little bit. But again, he just killed another 5 disruptors and a Colossus. And the problem here is that Hero Marine can afford trades. Cristiano can't. Cristiano, he's burning through his bank. I mean, he never built a bank. Cristiano, he barely has an economy. 57 workers, that is less than a 3 base economy. So sub 3 bases here for Cristiano. Ay, ay, ay. As he's trying to take another base. Again, running out of resources here in his main, in his natural. Unable to really sustain himself. You can see that, again, Cristiano, he's surviving these attacks, but he's never able to build up. There we go, off. One Marauder. One Marauder goes down. We get another 2 here on the left-hand side as we dive on those disruptors. At the same time, we catch reinforcements. We get on top of the production. One of the Robos goes down. We're down to a single Robo left. That's a kill on the 5th base. And we're going for that final Robo. GG gets called. Hero Marine will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, just a really aggressive style out of Hero Marine. Very in the face of Cristiano and just never allowed him to build up. Again, when it came to almost every single fight that Cristiano took, he would survive, yes, but he would bleed out Disruptors and Colossus. Every single time, Hero Marine would get some very valuable pickoffs. He would get some very valuable pickoffs there and just never allow Cristiano to build up an army. He was never able to build up a threatening force, just constantly being reset in the Disruptor count, reset in the Colossus count, and just always on the back foot. Always stuck defending. As you noticed, for the entire game, actually, Cristiano never attacked. In the opener, he had a handful of Stalkers outside the natural, if you remember, but that was it. He could never freely go for Zealot run-bys, Prism harass, Stalker counterattacks. There was just nothing really pressuring the bases of Hero Marine because of how aggressive Hero Marine was. As here we go, I see some people in the chat, some clowns in the chat, but here we go in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our German Terran, our red Terran player representing Team Mouse, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Blazer, the Polish Protoss. It is Cristiano. Diamantos, not at all. Cristiano, I would say he's one of the best Protoss in Europe right now. Obviously, when it comes to the top Protoss players, we have MaxPack, Showtime, and Skillus. They are top 3. But under top 3, who would I place under them? I would say Geralt and Cristiano are probably... Would they be 4th and 5th? Would I place Geralt and Cristiano above Hearthstone? Potentially. I think I might. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because Hearthstone doesn't compete too much. Like, obviously, Hearthstone is more of a content creator nowadays. But, yeah. Regardless of what kind of order you want to put them in. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, what about Gung Fu Banda? Gung Fu Banda is a wild card. I think because of that, they construct like top 7, top 8. So I would comfortably say that Cristiano is, yeah, top 8 Protoss in Europe. Probably higher than that, arguably top 6, but comfortably top 8. As we do see here, Marine, this time faking out a bunker rush here as Zealot. I say faking a bunker rush. Bunker is thrown down. Zealot has been chronoed out, so a bit of an overreaction from Cristiano. Basically, here, Marine in the opener, he hid the first Rax, made it look like the same build. He made it look like a proxy Rax opener. Clearly, it wasn't, as we're floating back, and Cristiano did overreact. So I really love the way that Hero Marine just opened up, and he's playing with this series because of what happened in Game 1. He forces Cristiano to be inefficient here in Game 2. Again, this Zealot wasn't really worth it. Wasn't worth it. And he made it because of what happened in that first game. And because of how Hero Marine did open. Behind this, going to be floating back into his main base. Working towards that CC on the low ground. And yeah, we're just getting into our builds. Getting into an eventual mine drop. So we can see that this game... Heromarine isn't going to deal as much economic damage early on. I spoke about how Heromarine achieved so much with his first push, but really I should emphasize the damage he dealt with his first couple of Reapers. If you remember, he killed 3 probes, and a shield battery, and a pylon. The first couple of Reapers were insane. So this time, Cristiano, he's having a cleaner start. A much cleaner, much more controlled start to the game. Oh, good movement there out of Cristiano, body blocking the Reaper. Very nicely done. Catches Gabe and will shut down the Reaper. And with that, Cristiano has gained map control. Quickly checking, I believe he denied the scout, and he did not. Oh, the Reaper did get close enough, did get eyes on the Twilight Council. The Reaper did its job. Scouting the tech, confirming the blink. It is going to be Blink Stalkers here by Cristiano. Winding it back a little bit, if you remember, Cristiano did play 2-gate Blink. 2-gate Blink in game number 1 into a third base, looking to do the same. Probe is in position. We only have 2 gateways here for Cristiano. My job is coming in. Cristiano wasn't quite where he needed to be. Here we go. The Widow Mines, they drop right into the mineral line. Good reaction so far. We get 1 probe here towards the left. The probes are getting cornered. Up. Oh, getting 3 probes in total. But the mine job is going to be cleaned up. Is going to be cleaned up here. What did we lose? Oh, sorry, it was a Zealot, not a probe dying initially. So 4 probes for 3 Widow Mines. Not a bad trade here by Heromarine. I would say it was okay for Gabe if he didn't lose the medevac. The medevac, oh, the medevac was a little bit rough there, bleeding that out. So good defense by Cristiano. Good defense by Protoss. Third base is soon to be up and running. Soon to be up and running here, as again, it was an economic opener from a Protoss player. Heromarine, he scouts with the Marine. Upon seeing this Nexus, he does now know that it was, again, a 2-gate Blink opener. That Heromarine can chill back at home, salvage the bunkers, and look to move out. Once again, a 3-1-1 setup here by Heromarine. This is a very early attack, by the way. A very early push by Gabe. Moving out before we have any medevacs. Good move by Cristiano. He does run into this. He does slow it down. Ideally forcing a siege. Yeah, the tanks are forced to siege up. Slowing down the army. Liberator zoned away from the main. Again, you can see how more comfortable Cristiano is as he spotted the move out with the Observer. And can he pick off a tank? Oh! Looks like he can. The tank is going to be going down. 1 tank with 2 Stalkers. Well worth it for Cristiano. Getting a little bit greedy. Calming things down. Cristiano trying to shave off some more units, some more Marines. As he does have high ground vision. There is a tank in the high ground, tank in the main base. Volley goes off, but the Stalkers, they do slip into the mineral line. Threatening those SCVs. Getting a couple of them. Unfortunately, it takes 4 Stalkers to one-shot an SCV. Observer is going to get picked up. We go for the recall. We get 2 SCVs for a Stalker. Not the best trade for Cristiano. Bleeding out another Stalker here at the natural. So a bit of miscontrol there by Cristiano. Again, he had 4 Stalkers, but he wasn't able to quite blink in with everything. Did bleed out additional units, but we'll make it back home. Speaking of back at home, once again, a similar army composition. It's going to be Blink Stalkers, Charge Lots, Colossus. We're building ourselves up. Now that the Observer got sniped, remember, the scan did kill the Observer a couple of moments ago. Heromarine moves out, and Cristiano doesn't see the army. Does spot the move out with these Stalkers. Is getting ready. Shield battery is done, but Cristiano doesn't have much. Doesn't have much in position. That's 4 tanks here for Heromarine. Gabe, he does siege up within range of the pylon. Big volleys here on the Colossus. Yeah, pylon goes down, depowering the shield battery. Ay, ay, ay. Overcharge is depowered, and Gabe, he's snowballing out of control with this push. Getting within range of the Nexus. And forcing the army to engage, and Cristiano, he's just not ready. Not like this. Zealots, they just trickle into their deaths. They're being shut down. Good target firing as well on the Colossus, on the Stalkers. And GG gets called. Hero Marine takes game number 2 and the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano had a much better start to this game. That is true. He was able to keep up with the move out, sniper tank, deal some economic damage, defend against the early aggression, the mind drop, the liberator. It was a much cleaner start, but the push was still devastating. You could see that here, Marine, he was able to get up close and personal with that Nexus. The pylon was exposed, no backup pylon either. Without the overcharge, there was no way for Cristiano to hold. Even with the overcharge, it would have been difficult because there were 4 tanks. Like, that was an insane tank army. A sane tank count, and here, Marine, he does end up taking it here. GG, well played. GG. And with that, we are getting ready for our next game, for our next series. Let's try and catch up. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Again, that does mean that Cristiano is eliminated from the tournament. My condolences to Cristiano, but a big win there for Hero Marine as he has made it all the way to the round of 8, to the quarterfinals. But before that, let's quickly go over some of these matches. Okay. We have Clem. We have Clem, of course, taking down up against Jumi in the round of 16. They're currently mid-series. Winner of that series goes up into the quarterfinals. Again, we'll see if Jumi can cause an upset and bring Clem down. Just underneath them, we have Kaizen, Lyrica alongside Baby Marine. Baby Marine, he is favored to make a deep run into the quarterfinals. Again, Kellezer, there was a walkover. Kellezer didn't show. Lambo didn't show. Because of... Ashbringer didn't show either. The walkovers. Oh my god. Without Ashbringer, Lambo, or Kellezer, it means that Baby Marine, he's gonna breeze his way through towards the quarterfinals to face off against Clem or Jumi. Scrolling down, Hero Marine is in the quarterfinals, waiting for Mana, Mixu, or Figaro. Figaro took down Rostock. Big win for Figaro. Oh my god. Was not quite expecting that. But a big win there, nonetheless. As, yeah, he's waiting for Mana or Mixu as they're in the middle of a ZVP. That's going to be a really solid ZVP. Would love to dive into that. We have Max waiting in the round of 16 for Rex or Geralt. Again, it's going to be a spicy Zerg versus Protoss matchup. And scrolling down here in the round of 16, we have a very spicy series. One that I've had my eyes on. It is going to be Trigger versus Spirit in a Terran versus Protoss. They are currently mid-series. I would love to jump into that. We'll wait and see. Wait and see if Trigger and Spirit become available. We can jump into Game 2 or Game 3. Underneath them, we have Showtime up against either Nikic or Hearthstone. We spoke about it, but Nikic versus Hearthstone is going to be a close one. They have gone back and forth. They have had some pretty close series over the past couple of weeks. Hearthstone is going to be favored. Nikic can punch up, though. But we'll see. Regardless of who wins there, Showtime is going to be the heavy favorite coming into this portion of the bracket. Can it be stopped? Can he even drop maps? Best of luck. Best of luck to our players. Let's go down a little bit further. We have Disc taking down Dolan 2-0. Disc versus Raynor. Oh my god. That is a solid PvZ, and that is the bottom of the bracket. Okay. So, oh my god. There we go. So Disc versus Raynor in a Protoss versus Zerg, or maybe Protoss versus Protoss. Raynor, he does like to off-race whenever he can. Did even off-race Terran yesterday, I think. He lost the Hot Mono. Did play Terran. Shaking my head, shaking my head. So yeah, we are basically wrapping up the round of 32. We're entering the round of 16, at least all the matches are. And where do I want to go? So the series that called to me right now is maybe catching Mana versus Mixu into Figaro into Hero Marine, just because we've been covering Gabe, and it would make sense to cast Gabe's next opponent and follow that into Gabe as well, just to, like, you know, have a little bit of structure to our broadcast. So this is where I'm mainly focusing my attention. Otherwise, I'm not too interested in these Clem matches. I'll be honest, like, Clem is a heavy favorite, and I don't know how competitive these games are going to be. So yeah, Clem making his way through most likely to the semifinals. I fingers crossed. Best of luck to Jumi. Best of luck to Baby Marine. Upsets can happen, so wish him the best to actually make those upsets happen. But not too I'm not too intrigued. I'm not too drawn to this portion of the bracket. Scrolling down a little bit further, Rex versus Geralt into Max Packs looks like fun. I spoke about it earlier. Trigger versus Spirit, that looks really close. That looks like a very competitive match. I would love to jump into that PBT. Scrolling down, Nickis versus Hearthstone, that looks like fun. Like, I always love casting Hearthstone's PvZ. I think it's very unique, very stylistic. And I've been casting more of Nickis recently, a very aggressive Zerg player in the region. So my eyes are peeled for that series. Otherwise, Disc versus Raynor. I mean, that would be fun. So the potential Showtime versus Raynor looks really good. Like, that's a very, very high quality PvZ potential quarterfinals match, and I don't want to miss it. That's maybe another way we can look at this. Like, Showtime versus Raynor looks like a lot of fun. Max Packs versus Trigger and Spirit could also be a really good series as well, so also very tempting. Hero Marine into his next opponent. Hero Marine is going to be a clear favorite into the semis, just like how Clem is a favorite into the semis. I do think that Hero Marine has more, will maybe have a stronger opponent. Potentially, I haven't seen Baby Marine this past month. Not too sure what his level is at right now, but yeah, we'll see. If all things, if like everything happens as it should, though, it should be a Clem versus Hero Marine semis. Like, it should be a TBT semifinals here. The lower portion of the bracket is a little bit more up in the air. It's a little bit less clear if Showtime, Raynor, or Showtime or Raynor make it into the semifinals, and likewise less clear if Trigger, Spirit, or Max Packs make it in. I guess Max Packs is kind of the favorite player, but I can definitely see Trigger and Spirit slipping him up and bringing him down. We shall see. As I'm trying to find some matches here. Hold on. Do we have something? Do we have a series? Hold on, let's refresh, because it looks like Mana and Mixu have gotten out of game. Oh no, I missed the lobby. What am I stepping into? I don't even know. Oh, right, hold on. I missed Trigger. They didn't post the lobbies, they just went. So it looks like Trigger and Spirit, yeah, they're going to be continuing their series. I think I'm going to go on a short break. Here, and yeah, we'll see what we find. Potentially Mana versus Trigger. Wait, what am I saying? Mana versus Mixu. Okay, we just wrapped up. Okay, so Mana, we have an update. Mana did just take down Mixu 2-0. And with that, that does mean that Mana is going up against Figaro in the next round. There, in the round of 16. Okay, so we have matches lined up. We have Mana. Sorry, this is a little bit messy. Let's get back up here. So we do have Mana versus Figaro into Hero Marine. We have that available. Again, some of these other matches are tempting, but I mentioned before that, hey, we started in this portion of the bracket. Maybe we should finish it, right? It makes sense for us to follow Gabe and his run, and yeah, we'll see where he does lead us. That just kind of like just makes sense, like story-wise. Beautiful. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, Mana versus Figaro coming at you next. Huh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST. That lovely Brutal OST. We have returned here with a fresh best of 3 series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Clan TS. It is Figaro. Or TSI. Representing Clan TSI again. Figaro, a Zerg player from the land of the UK. I'm unfamiliar. I have never casted Figaro before, but I have seen him on the brackets of Epic Land. I have seen him in brackets. I've seen him go far in those regional UK tournaments. Can he go even further? What level is he at? I am curious. Very curious to see. Very curious to be introduced to him as a player. For now, 15-15. 15 hatch opener into a 15 spawning pool. Meanwhile, Mana, of course, he is a legend in the scene. He is a very historic player. He's been around for a long time. He's had his ups, he's had his downs, but he has been here since almost the beginning of StarCraft. I mean, even before StarCraft was a competitor in other esports titles, I'm pretty sure. Great to see Mana continuing to compete and still a very, very competitive player as well. When I think of the best in Poland, when I think of the top Protoss players, Mana was on the top for a very long time. Nowadays, I do think that Geralt and Cristiano are comparable, if not slightly better. But a big reason why I'm of that belief is because Mana doesn't compete in the offline lands. There are a lot of lands in Poland that we're able to cast, that we're able to cover, where players like Laser, Spirit, Geralt, Cristiano, Papi, Rodzin, Ziomek, they all get involved. Everyone gets involved in these offline events. Mana doesn't. Mana's not very active. I'm not so sure why. I don't know if he lives far away. Poland is a big country, and maybe he's more living in a rural area. I don't know. Or maybe he's just not interested. It's hard to say, but yeah, Mana, he's very inactive when it comes to the local scene. So I'm not so sure as to why, but hey, he's not as active as he used to be. Like he competes online, don't get me wrong. He does play in these online tournaments, but not in the offline events. So that's why, for me, it's always a little bit hard to judge and compare his skill with the other Polish players. Regardless, we are diving into this. Again, they're going to be a gate expand. Do have our Stargate follow-up here. So going to be a Stargate opener from Mana. Should be going into Oracle. Shouldn't be anything too fancy, nothing too crazy. Oracle opener into a third base. We'll keep an eye for anything out of the norm that Mana's willing to throw out. They'll keep an eye on him, and there it is. That is not an Oracle. We're going for a Void Ray first. Oh my. You have my attention. You do have my attention here. What is our plan? Where are we going? Void Ray is on the way. Going to be focusing down this Overlord. Now, typically when you go for a Void Ray opener, you don't have to be aggressive, but you can be. And that's what's scary, is that the Zerg player doesn't know. Zerg player doesn't know what comes next. Will it be a third base into a Forge and Twilight Council and Blink? Or will it instead be a Forge with 3 more gateways and 4-gate Blink? Sorry, 4-gate Glaive Adepts, for example. Or a second Stargate and Sky Toss. Could rush into Carriers, could go Mass Void Ray, Mass Phoenix. There's so much on the table here. 2 drones go down to some Adeptoras. Void Ray comes out, Oracle's on the way, and we are waiting for our tech. We're waiting for the tech of choice as Void Ray is hunting down Overlords. Meanwhile, Figaro going for a 4-minute lair. Oh my god. Okay, so I was focusing on Mana and what he was up to, but this is a very early lair from Figaro. I'm curious. There it is. Roach 1 is on the way. This can lead into a very fast Roach speed and very fast Roach push. Void Ray has arrived. Has revealed itself here. Does supply block Figaro. Ooh, 2 additional Overlords on the way. Behind this, Mana going for a Forge, going for a Twilight Council, going for 5 gateways. Sorry, 4 gateways. Setting up for +1 and Blink. Or Charge. And there it is. Charge is on the way. Now, this is going to be an interesting dynamic. Where I'm pretty sure Figaro wants to hit a timing with Roach speed. I think he's going to be cutting workers relatively soon. And just focusing on Roach production. And nothing but Roaches. But we'll see. As the lair is now done. Roach speed can commence. We are going to be saturating that third base a little bit further. And we'll keep an eye on the droning and when and if we do cut saturation. When do we stop droning? Meanwhile, Mana going for a massive gateway explosion, by the way. Did I say 4 gates earlier? That is 4 more. That's going to be 8-gate charge. A very aggressive build. What I mean by that, no gases at the third, no gases here at the natural. Mass charge lots on the way. This is going to hit like a truck. We can see Mana setting up for a 4th, that is true. But we'll still be warping in wave after wave of Zealots. But there is no Robo. There's no way to reinforce. We can see Figaro is going to be rushing into Roach speed, that is true. But we have a Hydra Den on the way. Okay. Hydras are on the way. +1 at range as well. Figaro is amassing Roaches. Void Ray does slip in from behind. Charge is now done. Plus, oh, Blink is going to be on the way behind this. Here come those Zealots. Here come those Zealots just in time here with +1. Finish up in a couple of seconds. +1 is done. But the positioning here, too good. Figaro, he does defend against the charge lots. Does deflect them. They won't get any damage done. They do pick up some tumors, and we have more Zealots on the way. But Mana, I think from this point, we have to transition and throw down some gases. Yeah, there it is. Second Forge. +2 is being researched, and gases, I'm sure, will soon be taken. As we do see Figaro just amassing Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra on the way. 4th base on the way as well. Hold on. Where is Eva in the bracket? It's the Eva. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. As there it is, we do have that +1 range. We have Hydra speed as well. We're going to be cutting workers here at 3 bases. No 4th hatchery. 4th base is non-existent here for Figaro. He's focusing on just maxing out with Roach Hydra on a 3-base economy. To be fair, we do have a Void Ray and Zealous to deny that fourth as well. Gas is now being taken by Mana. You can see Mana transitioning into a more diverse gateway composition with Zealots and Stalkers. Here we go. Figaro is going to be pushing. It is going to be a 3-base all-in from Figaro again. There's no 4th base behind this. There's no greater form of economy. We are pushing. And we collapse on these Zealots. Good movement out of Mana. We'll escape. We'll get away. But we got to go. We got to commit. And there's no Immortals. There's no Colossus. No Disruptors. Just purely gateway units. Can Figaro pull this off? Can we break Mana? Zealots from behind. Catching reinforcements. Really, the Zealots get caught instead. Figaro rotating over towards that natural. Maxing out here on Roach Hydra at 180 supply, and Mana just doesn't have enough. Cannot keep up with the Roach Hydra army. Cells are coming in. Shield battery is depowered. We do get a surround though. A lot of Hydras going down. Ooh, an expensive trade here for Figaro, and Mana, he will clean this up. Or will he? He will. Figaro, he was so close here, but he got surrounded. Behind this, we're taking the gold. Void Ray is here to stop it. Can we save the gold? Can we save it? As Figaro, he plummets in supply. Mana didn't even have the shield battery, didn't even have the overcharge. It's so close, no! The base! That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Stalkers, they come in from behind, they shut down the queens. And Figaro, he's still all in. He's still only on 66 drones. Still no 4th base. Still no other form of tech. +2 range on the way. Figaro pushing on the right-hand side. Going for the 4th. With only his roaches. Going to be building up his Hydra count back at home. Stalkers are amassing. Ooh, but he has to be very careful here as these Hydras are looking very exposed. Roaches, they go for the Nexus. They will take it down. Roaches not trading too poorly against these Stalkers, but oh my god, there's just so many Stalkers. These +2 Stalkers, they're going ham. The concave is real, the surround is real, and we bleed out a lot of Roaches. At the same time, the Hydras, they get caught out as well. And these are just too expensive losses here for Figaro. He's falling further and further behind. Figaro, he still does not have a 4th base. Still no hatchery. No economy. 4th base is denied. But you can see these Blink Stalkers just abusing these Hydras. Forcing them back. Mana with a lot of momentum on his side. Breaking on through. Throwing down a reinforcing pylon. So we can warp in the face of Figaro. Boys are being pulled. Again, they have to be. Roaches, they come back to defend. But Mana, now he is snowballing out of control. He's just outskating Figaro. The quality of the army. Again, the supply was in favor of Figaro, but it was inflated supply with Roach Hydra. With Roaches specifically. And Mana has done a GG gets called. Mana taking game number 1. Whew. GG. But a shout out to Figaro because he wasn't looking too bad. He was not looking bad whatsoever. As Figaro, he was almost able to break Mana. There was a moment where Figaro had 180 supply against like the 120 of Mana. But again, the angle of attack, the reinforcements, the positioning, it was all in favor of Mana with the surround, with his Stalkers. The overcharge may have been depowered, but alas, it was just too much to handle. And GG. GG, well played. Mana does take the first game. My apologies, I'll fix up the race logo of Mana. There we go. Fix it up, and we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. I come home 30 minutes too late from school to play. Iba. Shaking my head, shaking my head. SMH. As we are getting into game 2 on hard lead. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0, surviving the 3-base all-in, and coming out on top in game 1, it is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent going for, once again, a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. The blue Zerg player representing clan TSI, it is Figaro. Let's go. Again, going for another safe opener here. And I wasn't too convinced by the build of Figaro in that last game. Remember, he got an insanely fast lair, 4-minute lair timing into that roach speed as well, which he didn't quite make use of. Did eventually lead into a 3-way solo, but Mana going for a cannon rush. Oh my god. Going for a Forge at first. I imagine Forge into Gateway, into Expand. Probe is across the map. Pylon is on the way. How committed will this rush be? As we are set up to eventually expand behind it. And Figaro, where is that second Overlord? The first one gets across the map. The second one is headed over towards the natural. And we're going for the proxy. We're committing. The Gateway is not at home. We would have seen it by now. It is going to be a committed proxy here by Mana. He is having some fun. Going for the cannon rush. Cannons are on the way. Gateway as well. And now Figaro knows. Now he knows what's been going on. And how good is his defense? Boys are being pulled, but it's too late. Yeah, now he knows it is too late. Cancels that natural base. Takes his gases. Going into roaches. Mana achieving quite a lot already here. Figaro trying to take another hatchery. Will take that center base instead. Mana can set up a second cannon rush. There's that roach warren from Figaro. Going for the roaches. Gateway is done. We're going for a Cybercore back at home. To get into Robo production. Robo or Stargate, to be fair. Both we'll have access to both. And we are not cannon rushing this second base. Again, just committed to 2 cannons and now a Zealot. And the Zealot, it can head towards that, towards that natural. The unnatural natural, if you will. And I don't know if Figaro can save it, I'll be honest. Roaches are in production, but this hatchery, I think it's going to be cancelled. And there it is. Proxy Robo in the face of Figaro. Another pylon. Another Zealot has arrived. This hatchery is going to finish, but it's going to be so low. I don't know if it's worth letting finish. I don't know if it's going to be worth it here. Shield batteries on the way. The hatchery does complete. We are making some additional roaches. Can Figaro piece this all together? Can he pull off a defense? Because that's going to be a kill on the hatchery. 300 minerals down the drain. Stalker overextending. Oh my god. Mana, calm down. Stalker overextends, but it survives. That barely does make it out. Yeah, the hatchery was killed. 1 roach popped out. I don't think that was quite worth it for Figaro. As he's setting up in the main base, amassing more Ravagers. Link speed on the way. Fully saturated here on our 1 base. And Mana, he's building up that immortal count. Building up his immortals. And we are containing Figaro. Now, Mana, will we expand behind this or do we just double down? As we only have the 1 gateway. Prism is on the way. We have 1 immortal. Only a handful of units. And Roach across the map taking a lot of damage. The Roach is going to be hunted down. Good pick off there by Mana. Ravagers have arrived. They take down 1 of the cannons. Again, with only 1 immortal, these Ravagers, they can get to work. They can cook, Papi. They can cook. Look at the shield battery as well. To have those 5 Ravagers set up. Link speed on the way. But even with Link speed, you can't really engage with the immortal. Yeah, more cannons, more shield batteries on the way. The immortal taking some damage, dropping in shields, but only shields. Speaking of, he gets topped up by the shield batteries. More cannons on the way. We are now up to 2 immortals, and as the immortal count gets higher, Figaro's chances in this game gets a little bit lower here, as it's going to be that much more difficult to deal with. Immortals being focused down. Good juggling here by Mana. Shaving off some of those lings. 11 lings have gone down. No major damage to the Roach Ravager. Like, we've been building up that Roach Ravager count as well. It's quite high. So far, it is quite high. Oh. Yeah, Mana, he is expanding. Taking an economic lead. That means that Figaro, once he breaks free, he needs to counterattack. Oh no! The Biles, they connect with the Prism. Whew. They do connect with the War Prism. But again, breaking out of this container is not going to be easy. And Mana is getting further ahead. Stargate is on the way for Void Rays. For Sky Toss. Yeah, you can see the Lings try to engage the Ravagers as well. But with this Prism, we should not lose an Immortal. Should not be happening. Immortal's getting low. Sustaining some damage. Cannons are going down. It looks like we are slowly breaking free, but the Ravagers are going down. Good target firing there by Mana. Oh, takes down so many Ravagers, and we will not break out. The container is too strong. You can see here the Immortals, they are taking some hull damage, but they focus down every single Ravager. There's one Ravager left. The Prism goes down. The Spore coming in clutch. Takes down the War Prism. But we still have 3 Immortals. We still have 3 Immortals, and we did lose every Ravager. Look at the Unisol stab here. That was 8 Ravagers going down, 2 Roaches, 30 Lings. And again, Mana, he's becoming less all-in as he's amassing Void Rays back at home. Mana just, yeah, with the better economy, with the better army, with the better defensive position, or the better position here as well. Not like this. Yo, I see the UK boys rocking up. The lads. The lads are here to cheer for Figaro, papi. And he needs your support right now because this is looking brutal. Mana slowly breaking through into the main base. Figaro, he's up against the wall. Ooh. Does get some hull damage on that Prism. That's a second Stargate. We do have a Nidus being set up. We're going for some Nidus Swarmhost play. Let's go. I love the idea. The problem here is that I feel like Mana's gonna be able to break in. Like, I don't know if we can survive. And we've been scouted. Ooh, we have to use the Locust Wave defensively. Not like this. Defensive Locust Wave here from Figaro. The jig is up, and now Mana's fully aware of what's going on. He spreads out his pylons, making sure he gets eyes on any kind of Nidus play. Observer sees everything in the main. Locust Wave coming out. And because of this Observer, basically whenever the Swarm Host load into the Nidus Swarm, we can push in. We can push in from there. Spore is done. Spore does finish up. Observer goes down. Oh, that's a lot of dead supply though. Locust Wave has to be forced here on the Immortals. Another Locust Wave coming up behind this. Again, unfortunately, we need the Swarm Host to live, and it means that we can't counterattack. We can't be active across the map. The Void Ray has arrived. We focus down the Swarm Host. GG gets called. It's just too much damage. Mana snowballs out of control. And we'll take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Mana as he does take the series, does advance on into the quarterfinals. Congratulations. My condolences to Figaro. Again, I'm unfamiliar with him. I'm only familiar by seeing his name on Wikipedia. I've seen him in Epic LAN tournaments. I've seen him in Epic LAN events, but haven't seen any of his play firsthand. And if you're a fan of Figaro, then I recommend watching some of the VODs because Game 1 was close. Here in Game 2 was a little bit smudged, it was a little bit, and the cannon rush was a little bit brutal. Like, my heart goes out to Figaro, but Game 1 was very close, and there was definitely an opportunity there for Figaro to beat Mana, to take a game, and to make a series out of that. So, big shout out to Figaro. Again, didn't look too bad at all in Game 1. did lose the series, but Mana's, again, a veteran in the scene, and Figaro, at least in my eyes, is a fresher face to the scene. So still is working on building himself up, on gaining that experience, on leveling up as a player. GG, well played. I hope to see more of Figaro in the future. Do hope to see more of him, as we are now going to be following Mana into his next series. Mana, he has another opponent lying in wait. Things aren't going to get easier. They only get harder from here as we have entered the quarterfinals. Winner of this series advances on to the semis. It is going to be Mana versus Hero Marine. Let's go. Oh, what's the copy pasta in the chat? Let's go, Joseph. By the way, Joseph is Figaro. I can use his first name because we are tight like that. Yeah, I know Epic Lane champions, but it's not a big deal to me. LOL. Let's go. I'm so jealous. You guys know his first name. We're not tight like that. Not yet. It's okay. We'll get tight. We'll get tight, man. As vetoes are currently underway, and we will be diving into Mana versus Hero Marine in the next series. Just making sure we don't get left behind. Just making sure here. As we head on over to the other portion of the bracket. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's see if there are any other updates here. From the top here in the round of 16 in the quarterfinals, we have Clem taking down Forjumi 2-0. Clem versus Baby Marine is up next. We expected this. Again, we had a couple of walkovers. We had Lambo, Ashbringer, and Kellezer unfortunately not show, which meant that there was a bit of an easier run for some of these players. Baby Marine, he makes it to the quarterfinals. Wish him the best. I wish Baby Marine the best of luck against Clem. Clem is coming in as the best Terran in all of Europe, as a heavy favorite to win the entire tournament. Can it be stopped? We'll see if the Baby Marine can stop him. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have our series. Hero Marine is waiting in the quarterfinals for Mana for that TVP that is going to be coming up next year on the channel. Winner of that goes up against the winner of Clem versus Baby Marine in the semis. Scrolling down a little bit further, Trigger versus Spirit went to the ace match. Let's go! I knew it was going to be a close one. I knew it was going to be a back and forth. I'm a little bit sad that I missed it, but Trigger versus Spirit did go all the way to Game 3. Spirit comes out on top in the quarterfinals, waiting for either MaxPax or Geralt, waiting for a Protoss. Who's it going to be? They're currently mid-series. I wish both MaxPax and Geralt the best of luck in that PvP. Winner goes up against Spirit. Winner moves on to the semifinals where they face off against either Raynor, Showtime, or Hearthstone. Went to the ace match. I was excited for Nikic versus Hearthstone. You can see here it went all the way to Game 3. I mentioned before that we've seen Nikic beat Hearthstone. We've seen Hearthstone beat Nikic. They're pretty comparable in skill, and it did go all the way to Game number 3. So, again, I'm sure it was an amazing series, but Hearthstone comes out on top, advances on to face off against Showtime in the round of 16. Winner goes up against Raynor in the quarterfinals. A lot of really good matches, but we have our own series to go over. Again, Mana versus Hero Marine. Vetoes are done, lobby has been made, and we're loading into game number 1. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our German Terran player, our red Terran representing Team Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. Here we go. We do have our quarterfinals before us here. And we'll see if Mana can stop the TVT semifinals. Again, Clem and Hero Marine were destined to face off in the upper semifinals. Can anyone stop them? Can anyone slow them down? So far, Hero Marine and Clem, they've gone undefeated. They haven't dropped a single map so far. And Mana is going to be stepping up next as our new challenger to face off against Big Gabe. I mean, again, he has the veteran status. Mana has been competing for a long time, has been even nowadays spreading his wings and dabbling in Stormgate as well. Has been playing quite a bit of Stormgate, but hopefully his his PvT isn't too rusty as we settle in against Gabe. Not an easy opponent. What do we have in store for us? For now, double gas opener. Double gas opener out of Hero Marine. It is going to be a factory after Rax. It is going to be a delayed CC from Big Gabe. So a bit of a more aggressive opener. This can lead into a faster and more dedicated mine drop. This can lead into early Cyclones. This can even lead into Reaper Hellion if we do commit to a second and even third Reaper after this. So Hero Marine, he has options. He has options with this setup. Back at home, Mana just going for a Gate Cyber Expand. Nothing too fancy, standard opener. Standard opener out of Mana. You can see him scouring the map, looking for any kind of hidden proxy, making sure Gabe doesn't clown on him. And he's willing to clown. Like, he's... Gabe is willing to cheese, is willing to proxy. He has a lot of builds up his sleeve. Very diverse player. Ooh, as the probe has gotten stuck. No! The probe wants to get on top of the pillar. There we go. Ooh, is going to move out. Meanwhile, Reaper gets across the map. Ooh, is shut down by the Adept. Very nice movement out of Mana. Very well done. Looking at the vision of Hero Marine, he dipped into the main, but he did not see the tech, and he is unaware of whether or not this is a Stargate or a Twilight Council. We can see here it's going to be a Twilight Council blink opener from Mana. But Hero Marine is in the dark. Behind this, what is being used with this factory? What are we making use of it? How are we making use of it? Cyclones. Not Widow Mines, not Hellions, but Cyclones are on the way. At least a handful of them. We have one Cyclone out, second Cyclone in production. This should be leading into a medevac, and yep, it's going to be a Cyclone drop opener. This is a new opener that has been quite popular in the new patch. I mean, I say a new opener. That patch has been around for a couple of months, and this opener has been quite trendy. Going for that Cyclone drop into the main base and killing probes. Again, 2 Cyclones do a devastating amount of damage to probes. Doesn't take them long at all to just rack up those worker kills. They're terrifying. They are terrifying, and it's going to be on the way as we boost across the map. Meanwhile, Mana back at home, going for what looks to be a 2-gate blink opener. Never mind! Did I say 2 gateways? I should have said a 3rd and a 4th gateway. It's going to be 4-gate blink out of Mana. Oh boy, he's going to have quite an army available here. It's going to be a very aggressive push, very aggressive build for Mana, going for a delayed 3rd base into a massive amount of Stalkers. First though, can he deal with these Cyclones? So far he can. He's in position. Stalkers, they were in position. We do zone those Cyclones away. We can see Hero Marine trying to double back, trying to juke out those Stalkers, but is unable to. And Mana does barely spot that medevac. He's here, he's ready, he's lying in wait. Prism is on the way. So with 4-gate blink, we're moving out across the map with a lot of Stalkers. We're going to be warping in the face of Hero Marine and trying to break this position. And Hero Marine, no tanks. No tech lab on the factory, no tank production. We have a bunker on the way. But this bio army is going to have a harder time against the blink Stalkers. Typically, tanks are required. 1 tank in the main, 1 tank in the natural. Bunkers as well. Mana has potential. He has potential here with this army as he does move out. At the same time, medevac does race back home. Mana has nothing to worry about here. He doesn't have to leave anything at home to defend. And it's going to be on Hero Marine to survive. And I want to give the edge to Mana. I want to give him the edge right now. He has a lot of potential to dive into the main base and to cripple the production, to camp the production, and snowball out of control. He could even deny these upgrades. Stim is the big one. Can we deny Stim? As Mana, he blinks in. Blinks into the main base, focus down. One of the Cyclones gets both. Raven is going to be going down as well. Big Picos already. Big warping into the main base, and we get the medevac. Boys are being pulled. And I spoke about denying Stim, but really we just end the game. GG gets called, and Mana takes game number 1. GG. Again, 0 tanks for Gabe, 0 defense in the main base. He had 2 bunkers at the natural, but he was not aware of what was going on. Again, because the drop was denied, he didn't know how aggressive Mana was being. Okay, winding it back a little bit. The power of a Cyclone drop, or even the power of a Mine drop, is not just the damage that you do, but the scouting that you get. Because what you're able to achieve with that is getting eyes on the tech, but also getting eyes on the follow-up. How many gateways? Gabe was denied access into the main base. He didn't see the main at all. He didn't know how many gateways there were. He didn't know to be ready for 4-gate blink, and he was caught with his pants down. The pants, they were down. Mana starting things off with a bit of an upset. Taking game 1 off of Big Gabe. Can he take the series? That would be huge. That would be a big win here for Mana. Can he go the distance? I want to believe. But again, that was a bit of a build order loss for Hero Marine because he didn't know what he was up against. Build order loss or a lack of scouting. However you want to approach that, however you want to think of that. Alas, Gabe was woefully underprepared for the build of Mana. And now we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Mouse. Down in this series, can he fight back, or is this the end of his tournament run? It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. Uno Mas is all he needs. It is Mana. Here we go. And Hero Marine, he's angry, he's upset, he's going for a proxy Rax. Okay, we saw this earlier against Cristiano. Proxy Rax here from Hero Marine. Now, this is not an all-in. This is an aggressive build designed to rally first a Reaper, then Marines thereafter into the natural, throw down a bunker, and take control of the low ground and disrupt the opener of the Protoss. Can Gabe pull this off? Will Mana get a read on this and be able to react well enough and control well enough to shut it down? Here we go. There it is. It is going to be a Gate Cyber Expand standard opener out of Mana. Is going to be keeping his probe here on the low ground a little bit, but throws down a pylon and goes back into the main base, and Hero Marine, he's coming in for the bunker. The bunker is on the way. We could go behind the mineral line or right next to the pylon. And Mana, he does see the SCV. And he does see the bunker as it has been thrown down. Reaper is on the way. Second Reaper behind this. Boys are being pulled, but the Reapers, they are here. And Mana has to give up on the low ground for now. Throws down the shield battery. And can Hero Marine get a probe kill? He will get one. One probe goes down. Sorry, two even, as the scouting probe also falls. Ooh, a third probe does fall as well. The Stalker does intercept. Can we get a kill on the Reaper? No! One more shot! Not going to be fast enough. Reaper does escape, dives into the bunker. And now we have control of the natural. Now it's going to be on Hero Marine to avoid those Stalker shots with his SCV. Oh! Takes an extra shot. Does take an extra hit. Hero Marine has to be very careful. The SCV getting very low. Does dodge another hit. Oh! Does end up dodging, but there we go. One shot away from going down. The shield battery will fall. Good pick off there by Hero Marine. But the SCV is so low. Is so low here. We force a cancel on another one of those bunkers. Marine's doing so much DPS here to those Stalkers. And again, we just cannot mine from the natural. Oof. Almost losing a Stalker. Losing a probe. Ay, ay, ay. And again, behind this, Hero Marine is taking an economic lead, getting a kill on the pylon. Oh, and this bunker is still not dealt with. That SCV is so low. We get a second probe. And this is a successful opener here from Hero Marine. Successful aggression. Successful harassment? Jeez. Ay, ay, ay. Behind this, we have our factory on the way. We're getting into Cyclone production. Reactor Cyclones as well. Hero Marine wants to keep the pressure up. He wants to keep this going. These Stalkers getting so low. It's becoming too much. We get a kill in the bunker. Good control out of Mana, saving that Stalker. And Mana will finally regain control of his natural, but look at the resources lost here. 5 probe kills, a pylon, a shield battery. Very successful. And look at the economy, deep in favor of the red. Deep in red, deep in favor of the Terran. As he takes a massive economic lead. And we're not done, because here come the Cyclones. Here comes the Cyclone drop. Behind this very safe play, going for some tank production, unlike the previous game. So Gabe will not be caught with his pants down, not this time. We'll have tanks to defend. Ooh, as Mana went for a robo opener, yeah, the Cyclones arrive, they drop into the natural. GG gets called. It's just too much damage, and Hero Marine takes game number 2. We tied the series 1-1. GG. And we are going to the ace match again. Hero Marine just winning with his opener, essentially. His opener just snowballed out of control. Mana, it took him too long to deal with the bunker. He sustained far too much damage. And Gabe is able to clean things up there. Come out on top. And now we find ourselves in the ace match. Find ourselves in game 3. Let's go. It all ends here. It all ends on Alcyone. Here we go. Just quickly double checking the bracket. So far, no other big updates. No other updates on the brackets. As we're settling into game 3. And a big shout out to Luck175. Oh my god. Big shout out to Luck. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 11 months. Almost a full year of support. Gah. Thank you so much. Quack, Pappy Quack. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much for all that you do. For all that you are. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we're getting into the ace match. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Mouse, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. Hold on, I have to. I needed to respond. As Hero Marine going to be opening up with a fake proxy Rax. Let's go. This is the power of Terran, is that you can hide your first Rax either further back in your main base, at the natural, or even at one of your third base locations. It is not uncommon. It is not uncommon whatsoever to hide your first Rax to make it look like you're proxying. And after what just happened in game number 2, this is a good way to kind of play with the mental of your opponent. And when Mana probe scouts, he might overreact, which is what happened to Cristiano, if you remember. Is what happened to Cristiano. I see Colossal go up in the chat. How do I get this replay? Ah, what are you gonna do to it? What are you gonna do to the replay? Ay, ay, ay. Este Colossi. You're an animal, Pop. You're an animal. As we are going for a reactor first. Interesting. We're going for a reactor first build. This should be for Reapers, I imagine, with Hellions to support. Let's see what we get into. And there we go. Reapers are on the way. Meanwhile, Mana didn't even probe scout. He's going for a delayed probe scout across the map instead. We'll get eyes on the eventual factory. Getting into a standard opener overall from the side of Protoss. As Mana does slip in. Does spot the factory. And will be getting into his own Twilight Council build. Twilight Council is on the way for Blink. The Rax has been found. So now Mana knows that Hero Marine was trying to fake his opponent out. And we are reacting. We're committing. We're committing to Mass Reaper. It's going to be Mass Reaper Hellion. A very aggressive build. The way this works, the goal of this build, by the way, the goal of this army is to get economic damage done. It's to bust into a mineral line, kill probes left and right in the natural, in the main base. Hero Marine being very aggressive here in game 3. And can Mana survive the aggression? Again, did see the Reaper production. Is aware that there's no add-on swap. That's a big moment. That's a big scout. Reapers have arrived. Hellion as well. And Mana not leaving anything here at the natural, or staying oversaturated, I should say, to preserve his units. So do threaten that natural. Do threaten the base. Here it is, Hero Marine coming back in, this time with three Reapers and 2 Hellions. We get 1 probe. 1 probe goes down. Boys are being pulled into Hellions, though. They're getting roasted. We do focus the Hellions down. 3 probes do fall. 4 probes, and we're not done. Not even close. We get into the mineral line. We try to at least. Hero Marine, he will back off. Rotates back around, will escape with the Reapers, but he gets 5 probe kills so far. Good damage done here by Hero Marine. Getting a 6th probe, delaying the Robo. Before finally losing one of those Reapers. And 6 probes for 2 Reapers and 2 Hellions. Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade whatsoever. He also delayed the Robo. He also delayed mining in the natural. Remember, mana was oversaturated for a long time. And you can see here the spikes in favor of a Hero Marine. The economic spikes. From the damage that was dealt. And we're following it up with a drop. What do we have? 4 Marines, 1 Cyclone. We're moving out towards that natural. We only have 2 Stalkers. Where's the shield battery? Uh-oh. Without a shield battery, I don't know if we can defend. Cyclone has arrived. We get a lock on the Adept. Adept goes down. Stalker's under fire. Good stutter stepping here by Gabe. We'll lose the Cyclone and the Medevac. Blink is done just in time. Whew. And Mana will survive. He survives, but he loses the probe. Oh my god, only 1. Phew. Again, that could have been so much worse. Mana bleeding out 1 Stalker, 1 Adept, and 1 probe. Pretty good defense, to be honest. Again, if he had any worse control, he would have lost more Stalkers. 100%. He would have lost more Stalkers. Blink was clutch. And now we can see Hero Marine getting set up here on 2 bases, focusing on tank production. Does not want to get caught out by a 4-gate Blink build again. We can see that it's not 4-gate Blink. It's 2 gateways right into Storm. Very fast Storm here from Mana. We saw this earlier today in ESL Asia when we casted Gumiho versus Hero. Hero also rushed into Storm in a very similar manner. Blink into Storm. Bearing in mind that ideally you want to be warping in a couple of High Templar ahead of time to build up energy. Auto Tower harass into the natural. 3, 4 probes go down. 5 probes. Mana late to react, late to pull away. But he will get some economic damage done across the map. Getting 5 SCVs as well. Players going blow for blow. 5 for 5. Can we get even more? Mana, he sees the 3rd CC. Gonna get 1 Marine. Gonna get a 2nd. Gets 2 Marines. Oh, big tank shots. Yeah, Mana, he'll back off. He does respect the tank. We'll retreat. Storm is now done. We did warp into High Templar ahead of time. 4 High Templar. Do we switch out the High Templar with the Stalkers? Do we go for a Storm drop? I would love to see it. Let's go. The Prism is coming back home. Now, this Storm drop is a little bit delayed. Ideally, you would, as soon as Storm finishes, you come in with the drop, is how we would like to see it. So a little bit delayed here by Mana, but nonetheless, he is moving out. And he could still catch Hero Marine off guard. As Mana is going for the drop. At the same time, Hero Marine stabilizing on 2 bases, building up his 3rd CC, being active with the double drop as well. Has been spotted by the Observer. There's a tank in position. Oh, boys are being pulled. Oh, Gabe, he knows. You can see him pre-pulling the boys, respecting the storms. Going for the scan. Sees the Archon. Does put the Archon as we get a Storm in the mineral line. Oh, Hero Marine late to react. 14 probes go down. The tank not helping. Yeah, we do have to reposition. The tank forced SCVs to bunch up more than usual. And that is an entire mineral line going down, and the High Templar survive. Big moment there for Mana. Just like that, he cripples the economy, and we are pushing out across the map. The Observer does see the move out. Mana knows. 2nd shield battery on the way. Sorry, cannons on the way, not shield batteries. Overcharge is available. We are amassing units. And here we go. Hero Marine, he is committed. He has to break him. He has to break his opponent. Shows the storms. Oh my god, a juicy connection on the Marines. Oh, once again. Massive storms on the army, and Gabe, he cannot engage. Not anymore. The storms, they annihilate the Marines. We catch out the tanks. And Mana, he's in control of this game. He's in the driver's seat. Fully saturated 3rd. 4th is on the way. Immortals are amassing. Gabe behind this trying to get into Ghost production, but he has lost so much control here. He has to back off, race back home. His push failed. And now he has to play from behind. Gabe, he's stuck playing from behind, and Mana able to get further ahead. With his economy, massive gateway explosion. What are we lacking? Second Robo and a Bay. I would love to see a Bay for Colossus production, just so we can have some consistent splash damage, instead of relying purely on Storm, which is scary. In the next fight, there's going to be a different dynamic. Yes, we have Storms, which are dominant, but we have Ghosts, the EMP. That's the difference here. This time we'll have Ghosts available. We can even get in towards Liberator production as well. So we need more than just Storm. And there it is. The Bay is on the way. We should soon be seeing a second Robo. And we need Colossus ASAP. Until then, Mana is vulnerable. And Gabe is pushing out. The Observer does spot the move out. Mana is aware. He's repositioning. Getting ready for the assault. Gabe rotating over towards the fourth base instead. Shield batteries, they finish up just in time. And the army has been spotted. Mana trying to set up. Struggling to, though. And again, he has to be very careful with this High Templar. Overcharge is popped. EMP misses High Templar. Only with the Prism. Observer going ham. Big storm on the army. Oh my god, that was juicy. Not like this. Big storm in the army as Gabe will pull back. As Mana, yeah, he has momentum. He can collapse on this army. He's trying to find here Marine. Does come across him. Okay, Gabe, he picks up, gets the hell out of here. Boosting towards the bases. And Mana's out of position. Reinforces towards the third base. Drop towards the fourth. Mana, know where he needs to be. Disruptor gets caught out. Shells to Nova. Nova towards the army here. 7 probes go down as we do pick up. At the same time, we're going to be dropping here towards the fourth. And are we in position? We have a storm. We have one storm available. If that. Storm, decent connection. Mana barely holding on here. Barely does hold. Drops are being forced back. Mana losing 9 probes with only 9 workers. That could have been so much worse. That could have been brutal. Oh, the juggling, Papi. The Marauder goes down. The drop has been dealt with. Here, Marine still keeping his army split up, but he's running into the Protoss. Mines are going to be borrowed. Oh, shot gets dragged into the army. We see here Marine going for a counterattack at the same time. And we're going for a pseudo-base trade. Not much to defend back at home, and we can always recall. That's a kill on the Nexus, not a cancel on the goal base. Boys are being pulled into Archons. Big storm here on the Bio Army. Massive storms. Oh my god. And Mana is snowballing out of control, taking down 27 SCVs. At the same time, he will lose a base. But I don't think Mana cares. We have to keep pushing. He's backing off. No shot. Okay. Looks like he backed off for a moment. The fourth base is going to be going down, but Mana moving in towards the natural. Show us the storms once again. Oh my god. Storms on the Marines, on the Marauders. 3 storms thrown down. The Marauder army on the right-hand side is breaking through, but we had another storm available. GG gets called, and Mana snowballs out of control, breaks Gabe, and takes the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mana for causing an insane upset. Gabe came in as one of the favorite players. He came in as a sure thing to at least make it to the semis to face off against Clem, but that will not happen. Gabe, he is shut down completely, and Mana will advance on to the semis instead. GG, congratulations. Congratulations, Mana. He may be a veteran of the scene, he may be one of the older guards, he may be playing Stormgate, quite a lot of Stormgate, but he's still a damn good StarCraft player, and he shuts down one of the best Terrans in all of Europe. GG, well played. Again, game 1 was brutal. Game 1 was a shame just because Marine was denied scouting and didn't know what was happening. So game 1 was a little bit less competitive, but game 2 and game 3, they were wild, they were crazy. especially game number 3. Like, game 1 was like heavily in favor of Mana. Game 2 was heavily in favor of Gabe. Game 3 was more back and forth. It was more of a back and forth dynamic, which I did appreciate. And Mana came out ahead there. And we have his opponent ready and waiting. Clem has been 2-0ing his way all the way to the semis. Can Clem be stopped? Mana has already caused one upset. Can he cause another? Up next, Clem versus Mana. Let's go. In the upper semifinals. Meanwhile, we have a couple of other updates as well. We have a Showtime versus Hearthstone, which has ended. Wait, actually, you know what? You know what? Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. We got some updates to go over, and we can just look at it visually together as we do head on over. Okay, from the top, Clem, he 2-0'd Baby Marine. Up next on the channel, Clem versus Mana is coming up next. In the semifinals, scrolling down a little bit further, we have MaxPax versus Spirit in a PvT. Still ongoing. MaxPax did take down Geralt. Big shout out to Geralt, by the way. He took a game. He forced MaxPax to the ace match. Again, I was looking forward to this PvP. I knew it would be getting chaotic, and MaxPax, he has been faltering recently in these PvPs. Recently, MaxPax did drop a series to Gung Fu Banda, if I remember correctly. I think that was last week. MaxPax was shut down in the earlier rounds. So, yeah, here he does stumble against Geralt. Now against Spirit. That could go either way, I'll be honest. MaxPax isn't looking as dominant as he once did. He is looking a little bit human, a little bit mortal. Can Spirit bring down MaxPax? We'll find out in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Showtime took down Hearthstone 2-1, went all the way to the ace match as well. Big win there for Hearthstone to force the ace match. Very impressive in the PvP. But Showtime advances on to face off against Raynor in the quarterfinals. They're facing off in that PvZ. I do wish them the best. Winner goes up to the semis to face off against the winner of MaxPax and Spirit. But we have our own upper semifinals. If this is a fast series, we can cast Clem versus Mana, and then we can head down towards the lower semifinals as well. We might be able to cast both. Is possible. Is possible. But our attention stays on Clem versus Mana in the upper half. A bit of a team kill between our players. See in chat, he was streaming the entire day, so he might have been tired and thought the money was hard to get to since it was quite stacked today. I would understand if Lambo was streaming all day, maybe that's why he didn't commit. But it wasn't just Lambo. It was Lambo, it was Oliveira, it was Ashbringer, it was Kellizer. A lot of walkovers today. A lot of players didn't show up, which is a shame. It is a shame. Smurge, Bobby, Smurge. Regardless, GG. We're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we return, we will have our next series. We will have the upper semi-finals. Oh boy, it's going to be amazing. Going to be beautiful. Stay tuned for that. Until then, take this moment to stretch your roaches, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and we'll see you guys soon for some more StarCraft. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST. Hope you are ready for the semi-finals of ESL Open Cup Europe, number 216. We are here with a spicy PVT, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have a very unlikely challenger, but he just took down Hero Marine 2-1. Can he cause another upset? It's the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid as well as they are teammates. The French Terran player, the favorite for this entire tournament, it is Clem. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions open. So place your bets on who you believe is going to take the series and who you think is going to come out on top. Who makes the grand finals? Who qualifies? Who will be our first finalist? Will it be a Protoss or a Terran? Will it be Clem or Mana? Up to you to decide. Again, Clem is the heavy favorite. He was the favorite coming into the tournament from the beginning of the tournament. But Mana has already brought down Gabe. And you don't get much stronger than Gabe other than Clem and Spirit, right? It's Gabe, Clem, and Spirit. They are the trifecta of Terran in the upper echelons of Europe. They are the top three. And Mana has brought one down. Can he do the same to another? Can he do the same to the best? The best in Europe. Here we go. It is going to be an economic opener. So for the entirety of the series of Big Gabe, against Cristiano and against Mana, Gabe went for double gas openers. He went double gas into faster factories. Here for the first time tonight in a TVP, we have Clem opening up economically Rax Expand. Much more Korean. A lot of the Koreans are embracing Rax Expands. They have been for many months, for quite some time now. Clem likewise embracing it here as well. Going for more economic opener, followed by the factory. Meanwhile, here we have Mana going for a gate cyber expand as well. So standard openers all around, nothing too crazy, nothing too aggressive from Clem. But a big shout out in the chat to Colossal Kalasi Papi for resubscribing for 5 months. Oh my god. Clem. It looks like Kalasi, after maybe enjoying that last series a bit too much, after maybe coming back from his high, from you know, reaching that peak. What am I thinking of? That's it, reaching that euphoria. He has returned to us, resubscribing. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting as well. Hope you enjoy the games. Gracias, Kalasi, gracias. For those who don't know, Colossal Gulp, I almost called you Kalasi. Colossal Gulp, he is another fellow streamer. He's a Terran streamer, so check out his Twitch channel. Is an amazing streamer. He learns, Papi. He learns all the time in chat, on stream. It's beautiful. Check him out. Great guy. Great guy. As we do have our opener here, Mana going for a Twilight Council, going for a Blink here at the natural base. Clem yet to confirm, but he does dip in. He does get eyes on the Twilight Council. Clem now fully aware of the Blink-based opener, but now he has to piece together how many gateways. There's one gateway at the natural. He's aware of the one gateway in the main. For the time being, it's going to be a 2-gate opener from Mana. 2-gate Blink, but do we throw more down? Clem is about to find out. Here comes the Mind Job, and we spoke about this earlier. The Mind Job is designed to do 2 things. One is, maybe we can get some probe kills, maybe we can get an economic lead, but more important than killing workers is to scout and to confirm whether there's any hidden tech or any additional gateways, or even a faster third base. We can see the third has not been taken. Why? Because there's a 3rd gateway instead. So Mana is going to be more aggressive, and Clem has to get a read on this. Oh, the Stalks are in position. They do zone back at that drop. But again, Clem is at least aware that there's 2-base play, that there is no 3rd. So he has a piece of the puzzle. Now, this is not going to be a 2-base all-in. This is going to be a 3-gate opener into a third. Oh, as we delay our expansion even further, going for a Templar Archives, rushing into Storm once again. This is what Mana did in the Ace match against Big Gate. Or something similar to this, I should say. So, again, Mana should be expanding. He shouldn't be going for a 2-base all-in. There should be a Nexus on the way. But because he opened up with a third gateway, as it is scouted, third gateway scouted, but as he did open up in such a fashion, it does mean that he can move out. He has quite a lot of Stalkers available. Once the Prism does arrive, then Mana is going to be in the face of Clem. Meanwhile, the drop is still waiting outside the main. We are amassing. Third CC is on the way. Clem working on his economy, while Mana starts up Storm. And there's that third. Storm and the third Nexus on the way as we speak. Drop making its way towards the main. We get eyes on the Stalkers. We back off. Mana's in position. Clem knows that. He respects it. He does retreat. Interesting. And Mana, he's already morphed in High Templar really early on. Now, because these High Templar are so early, that means that we will have a lot of Storms available. Instead of 2, we may even have up to 4. So this Storm drop is going to be brutal. It's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, Mana, he's not being active with his Stalkers, so he's not really aware of what's going on. Mana hasn't seen much of anything, actually. Oh, never mind, he has an Observer. Okay, he can see him move out. He can spot and move out, but he hasn't been able to apply any pressure. Instead, he's stuck at home with his Stalkers, delayed third base, but this Storm has a lot of potential, and we are finishing up Storm in a couple of seconds. Oh, the drop is coming. We have a turret on the way. Prism dipping in towards that mineral line, towards that natural. When the Storms have been thrown down, late reaction there by Clem. And 8 SCVs go down. And do we have another Storm? Again, 2 Storms for now. We will have 2 Storms available soon thereafter. Clem pushing right through the center. He's going for the third base. Jumping into the main. Mana, does he react? No! Late reaction. Mine shot's gonna go off. Big connection. 4 probes go down. But so will the Metamac. As Mana, he does take some damage. Did we get the Prism? The Prism! No! The War Prism got sniped. The High Templar went down as well. Do we have any Storms left? We do. But Clem, he stims on forward. Dives on top of the High Templar. Will shut them down. Expensive losses here for Mana. Scan shuts down the Observer as well. But the cannon did give vision, did give detection. And Mana, he's in a world of hurt. Look at those losses. 4 High Templar and the War Prison. That was brutal. As Clem did catch him. He's pushing right through the center here. Tank is going to be focused down. Good target firing out of Mana. But there's still just so much more on the ground. We will have maybe 1 Storm available. Yeah, we only have 1 High Templar. A couple more have been warped in at the natural. They still need time to gather up Benji. They need time for Storms. And Clem, he rotates around. Remember, he's not all in. He took a third. So Clem, he's taking an economic lead. Getting his third up and running. Ghost Academy is on the way. Sharking around, looking for any stray units. Any kind of move out. As the War Prism is behind this. With that High Templar. Oh, Mana does take a mine to the face. And we stim in! He wants it. Storm, good splits here from Clem. Avoids the Storm for the most part. 4th base is delayed, and Mana, he needs a 4th. He needs to get up a base here. To see a Terran on the same base count as the Protoss is a terrifying thing. Like Clem, he has a massive economic lead. He's working on the 4th base before Mana starts up his own 4th. Ay, ay, ay. Before his 4th base is even on the way. Not like this. Mana on 3 bases, going for a second Robo, going for a Bay, going for Colossus production. But Mana's on the back foot, and you can see, because of the better economy that Clem has, you can see that reflected in the army supply. He's just taking a stronger and stronger lead because of the economy, but also because of the trades that Clem has been having, out trading Mana. And he's about to max out. Clem, he's about to max out, just leaving Mana supply in the dust. Now we take a 4th base, but Clem, he's coming. Come on, guys. Here we go. Storms are available. Decent storm on the army. Oh, but we pick off both High Templar. Not worth it for mana. And Clem with such good control. He shuts down both High Templar. The Prism gets sniped. The Prism goes down. And we're just trickling in with units here. And Clem is snowballing out of control. He shuts down all these zealots. We have a storm grazing the army. We have another storm available. Does force Clem back. But again, these singular storms are not good enough. The decent storm here on Clem. Zealots are warping in. Trying to collapse here on the army. With Clem being so careful with his control. Even Vikings have arrived. There aren't even any Colossus. Not yet. Colossus production just now commencing. Colossus are on the way. Mana barely holding onto his fourth base, but really he's not even mining from it. Clem a little bit premature with that auto turret. No mining going on yet. But he does take down some gas mining workers. 3 probes fall. As Clem has maxed. Collapsing on the army. Good EMP here on the Stalkers. Yeah, and he just stim and win from this point. We need a little bit more time for storms. We snipe a High Templar. The Colossus have arrived, but there are Vikings already. The Vikings are out. Overcharged. Well, big storms here on the army. Massive storms, but we still focus on the Colossus one after the other. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. Just fighting through the storms. Didn't even care, because it didn't even matter at that point. GG. A solid game there from Clem. There was potential with the storm drop. The initial storms were good in the mineral line, but to lose the War Prison, to lose the High Templar, Clem, he was just trading so well, and his macro behind it was leaving mana behind. Was leaving him in the dust. It was just too much there to handle. And with that, Clem does take a 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, wait, is the lower semis already done? No shot. No shot the lower semis has completed. It looks like it kind of has. We have an update. Raynor, he just 2-0'd Showtime. Raynor, he's waiting in the lower semifinals. Raynor versus Showtime, a pretty fast series, not gonna lie. I was expecting that to be a little bit longer. But it was faster than our one. Like, it started at around the same time. So a very fast best of 3 there. Raynor, he did bring Showtime down. And now Raynor is waiting for either Max Max or Spirit. And again, we might be able to cast both semifinals, but here we go. It's still in our first one, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in this series, but not out. Not yet. Can we fight back? Can we force the ace match? He needs your help. He needs your support in the chat. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran, the best Terran in all of Europa, looking to advance on to the grand finals. Can he be stopped? Can he be slowed down? It is Clem. Here we go. As Clem was looking strong there in the last game. Really good control, really good army movement, really good micro. Very good presence as well to be able to catch the Prism when he did. So careful with his mind drop as well. His engagements were brutal. And we'll see how Mana approaches our next game. I imagine Clem is going to go for a Rax Expand again. There's no reason not to. And I don't really see Clem as one to really embrace double gas openers too much. Not as much as Hero Marine. So he will be opening up more economically here against Mana. We'll be opening up in a more economic fashion. There it is. SCV towards a low ground. It is going to be a Rax Expand. Meanwhile, Mana going for a Gate Cyber Expand as well. So nothing too fancy in the early game. Pretty economic openers all around. Here we go. As we ease into the mid-game. Catching up in the chat. Roddy sent me, Shout out to Rotterdam. I know that Roddy, I think he's casting here in game 2. I think he's joined us because I think he was going over the Rainer series. So big shout out to Rotterdam. As we do see Clem moving out across the map with his first Reaper, it is going to be a Stargate opener for the first time here tonight. Mana has been embracing Twilight Council openers the entire day here against Clem and against Big Gabe. But now he does mix it up here with a Stargate. Let's go. Hold on. Exclamation mark frozen in the chat. There we go. Let's go. It's not. It's a screenshot, Bobby. It's a screenshot. As Reaper does dip in, looking at his vision, Clem is yet to enter the main base, so he's still in the dark as to the tech of choice. As he does make his way in towards that main, does get in, does get eyes on the Stargate and the Oracle as well. Big scout for Clem. Mana unable to deny the scout. And even though the Reaper goes down, it did its job. It accomplished its job here. Was able to get eyes on everything that Mana was up to. Behind this, getting into a 1-1-1. Working towards his medevac production, I imagine. Working towards his drop play as Cyclones are on the way. There we go. Just one Cyclone for the time being. But we could definitely invest into another. Double Cyclone drops have been quite trendy as of late. It could just be playing safe here, especially against the would-be Oracle. Speaking of, the Oracle is moving out, heading towards the natural base. And we are cutting production here at only a single Cyclone, just focusing on a transition into our 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Getting to a standard setup on 2 bases. Oracle has arrived, but good positioning here from Clem. He shuts down the Oracle, does survive, but takes quite a bit of hull damage for only a single SCV. Rough start there for Mana. Behind this, working towards his 3rd base, that's going to be Phoenix production, followed by a Robo. It looks like the setup for Phoenix Colossus. Hellion Scout somehow slips into the main, and we confirm Phoenixes are on the way. We got eyes on the Robo as well, so Clem, once again, he confirms everything that Mana's up to. He sees all, he knows all. This Oracle a little bit more successful, but we take a lot of damage. We're down to 5 HP. The Oracle barely does survive. Barely escapes getting 3 SCVs. But again, still has not paid for itself. Meanwhile, even though Clem hasn't seen the Bay, seeing the Phoenixes, as we recall, back home, the Oracle does make it back home, but seeing the Phoenixes and seeing the Robo is enough to tell Clem it's Phoenix Colossus. So, even though he hasn't seen the Bay, he knows it's there. He knows almost for certain that it is there. So he should be mentally prepared. As behind this, we're getting into the rest of our rack setup, working towards drop play, and Mana has lost map control. He's stuck at home, stuck defending, securing his 3rd, and building up towards Colossus. Now, once we do hit critical mass of Colossus, then Mana can move out, but until then, we're going to be stuck at home. Sure, we can be active with Oracles and Phoenixes, but because of the Oracle opener, the Phoenix count is quite low. We have how many? 3 Phoenixes so far for Mana. You can see that right now we're just in position to deny drop play. We can't really harass across the map. We have to be careful. As the Oracle gets a revelation off, getting eyes on the production, getting eyes on the setup here. He's fully aware that there's no tank push, bearing in mind that we're just building up Widow Mines instead. No tanks whatsoever. Again, just working towards a longer game. As Clem is mixing in delayed mine drops. Oh, and that is +1 air attack. Not expecting that, but this tells us that we're not just making enough Phoenixes for map control and to deny drop play, we're making more Phoenixes as, yep, 2nd Stargate gets thrown down. We're committing to more Phoenix production to just actually have that as a core unit of the army. Oh boy. Let's go. This can also make its way into Skytoss. We can thread out a fleet beacon and start working towards carriers. That could be on the table here for Mana. As Clem pushing right through the center, does get eyes on the positioning of the Colossus. Does see it in the center. He rotates around towards the right-hand side. Drop does come in here towards the left. Mine goes off, killing 1 probe. Clem dropping into the main. Medevac confirms the positioning of the army. Mana will kill that Widow Mine just barely. The drop does get in. We focus down the shield battery. Can we focus down any of these Phoenixes? Not quite. Phoenixes will shut this down. Stasis trap goes off. Mana, he's holding. It's a tight hold. You can see that Mana, he barely has an army to work with. He has a bare bones army here, but he does hold. Thanks to the stasis. Otherwise, Clem could dive on this. Remember, overcharge was just spent in the main. There is no overcharge left. It's on cooldown. Mana, he does stim forward, gets a Phoenix, but he takes a lot of Colossus swipes to the face. The Colossi going ham. The Marauders, they stim forward. They focus down the Immortal. There's nothing else to support the Colossus on the ground. But Clem just barely doesn't have enough. He backs off for a moment. Getting his third base up and running on location. But Mana, his economy looking quite good. Mana, he's fully saturated on 3 bases, up to 70 probes. And Clem, he was hoping for more damage. Bringing it back here, Clem, yes, he killed Immortals, yes, he killed the Gateway army, but he didn't touch the Colossus. The drop into the main failed. The mine drop killed one probe, and Clem hasn't touched the economy whatsoever. Oh, did kill the Oracle. Oracle did go down. But so far, really good defense here out of Mana. And even though Mana has been working with like kind of a skeleton crew of an army, like there's very little to work with here. He survived, he weathered the storm, and now Sky Toss. Fleet beacons on the way, carriers on the horizon, forge, upgrades. We should be seeing some additional gateways. I think we're only working on, only 2 gates. That's a little bit scary. It would be nice to have a little bit more to support the army. Like Mana, he's cutting so many corners and he is still vulnerable. But if he survives a little bit longer, he can snowball out of control with Sky Toss. But here comes Clem. Here comes Clem, and again, there's nothing on the ground. We can warp in 2 units at a time. We have 2 slow lots. 2 slow lots and some sack defense to defend. If Clem knew this, he would push in 100%. But unlike us, Clem, he doesn't see how vulnerable Mana is, and he doesn't see that Mana is rushing into a fleet beacon. It is going to be Phoenix range on the way. Anion Pulse Crystals, if you will. 4 Mana. Colossus are in position on the right-hand side. Just where Mana's pushing in. It's still going to be a tight defense for Mana. How many Phoenixes do we have? 14. He's going mass Phoenix. Oh my god. Still making no-self Phoenixes. Still not working towards carriers. The Widow Mines are going to be annoying, but they are being picked off. They do get lifted. One after the other. One mine shot will connect. Nice connection on the Phoenixes. Clem going for a Doom drop into the main base. Despite the mass amount of Phoenixes, Mana does not have vision, not in position, and the drop gets in. When he dives into the main base, he does get eyes on the fleet beacon. Carriers are in production. Would you recall back into the main? But the shield battery has gone down. And can the Phoenixes deal with this? They pick up every single Marine at the same time. Clem, he's hunting for the Colossus, and he gets it. He dives in, he gets 1 Colossus. And we only have stack defense. And stack defense does nothing against a bio army. The shield batteries, the cannons, they go down. Colossus, they wander into a minefield. And again, they're so exposed. A second Colossus goes down. The drop in the main base has not been cleaned up. 18 probes fall. Oh, big EMPs here on the Phoenixes. The mine shots as well. It looks like we can maybe clean this up, but expensive losses. GG gets called. Mana, he gets caught out, and Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem, as he will take the series 2-0. Mana with a very unique style. Not something that we see too often, to go mass Phoenix with a handful Colossus and nothing else to support, rushing towards those carriers. The carriers were on the way, but we saw that Clem was able to break Mana before he could get into those carriers and was able to successfully pull him apart. Basically, the winning move there was the Doom drop into the main. If Mana had an observer or had anything to spot the drop, then suddenly Mana's in position with his Phoenixes, the drop doesn't unload, we defend the main base, we can recall over to defend the Colossus towards the left hand side, and we have a much cleaner defense. But Mana did not have eyes on the army, didn't have eyes on the Doom drop. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem as he does advance on. And to be fair, Clem was the favorite player. Like, he is the favorite player for the entire tournament. So, you know, it's expected for him to win, but Mana, you know, was able to make a series out of this, and he was able to put on a show. And a big shout out to Mana, because sure, he may have lost against Clem, but he beat Hero Marie. He knocked Big Gabe out of the tournament, and that is definitely something to be proud of. And yeah, a lot of respect here to Mana. Really big win for him to make it to the semis. Was not an easy road for Mana. Again, Big Gabe, he's one of the best Terran players in Europe. He's top 3 alongside Clem, alongside Spirit. He is one of the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Terran. So it was a big win for Mana earlier. GG. GG, well played. GG. And with that, we are getting ready for the lower semifinals. We're getting ready for the lower semifinals. It is going to be a ZVP between Raynor and MaxPax. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Guys, do want to have a look yourselves here. Let's refresh and have a look at the scores, because when we entered our series, I believe MaxPax was mid-series against Spirit. So what did occur there? And it looks like, there we go, we have the result. MaxPax, he 2-0'd Spirit, knocked him out of the tournament, and MaxPax versus Raynor is now underway. They're in game 1. They are currently in game number 1. As they did just make it in game 1, and we will be jumping into game 2. That's what that means, essentially, is that Clem is waiting in the grand finals, and we will be jumping into game number 2, mid-series of MaxPax vs Raynor. Unfortunately, we missed game 1. It is unfortunate that did occur, but we will at least dive into game 2, and that is going to be an amazing series waiting for us. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. It's going to be everything we hope for, I'm sure. As we are going to be setting up here on our end. Setting up for those semifinals. I guess until then, we're going to be going on a short break. We will be going on a short break here as we're just chilling. So I'm just going to be chilling, waiting for game number 2. Again, if you do want to tune in to game 1, I believe Steadfast is casting them. It's covered by Steadfast. Indie is casting in Polish. And I'm sure many other casters have gotten into that. So do check them out. Do support them. It's going to be an amazing matchup. Catching up in the chat. Imagine he had a 3rd Templar in there and went for a surprise storm after the damage was done. Yeah, I mean, there was potential in the storm drop. Potential in that storm drop earlier in game 1. Two Giga Chad lots. You know the level of confidence you need to face entire Terran army with just your brother. True, true. The color was strong within them. True. Strong, but yeah, just catching up in the chat. And this may be, I should reiterate as well, this may be an extended break just because we barely missed them as we came out of game. So they just started, which means maybe a good 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on what happens in game 1. It may be some time here before we get into game number 2 of Raynor versus MaxPax. So just be aware of that. Just be aware. Again, you can check out Steadfast or some of the other streams, as I'm sure they're going to be featuring it. If you can't wait, if you want to tune into game 1, I don't blame you. I'll tune in myself. And just so I can watch and see what goes on. I'm sure it's going to be a really good series. So until then, we're going to be going on a small break, on a short break. Hope you guys enjoy yourselves. Hope you guys take a moment to get some snacks, get some water, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and tuck in your tempest when we return Raynor vs MaxPax Game 2. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, for the extended delay, but it was a long game. It was a long macro game that we have found ourselves in. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of the semi-finals of ESL Open Cup Europe. Number 216, we have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss from the land of Denmark, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. As we missed out on game 1, it is Rainer. It was a long back-and-forth macro game that they did have on Alcyone. It was a 25-minute game that they did have. And in the end, Rainer, he was able to come out on top with his Broodlord Infestor-based army. And MaxPax just couldn't quite handle that late game, could not handle Rainer in that game state. And that is concerning because that tells us that MaxPax is going to have to try to maybe end the game a little bit earlier. To be fair, I don't know the details. I don't know the inner workings of what happened in game 1. I wasn't able to catch most of it, but did catch the tail end there, and Rainer was able to, again, flex his late game against MaxPax. But how will this story end? Will it continue with an ace match, or will Rainer take the series 2-0? Will it all end here and now, or will we have an extended series? I'm here for it. I'm hoping for a game 3. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into this TVP. What am I saying? PVZ. Jesus. Look, it's been a long day, Papi. It's been a long day. We casted ESL Asia, you know, we made some dinner, made some food, got ready here for ESL Europe. It's been a long stay, but here we go. We are here, we're ready for it. Gonna be a gate type expand here from MaxPax. Likewise across the map, Rainer going for a 15-15. Was a 15 hatch into the 15 spawning pool. Very safe opener by Rainer. With this safe opener, Rainer is able to expand on location, able to take his natural base where it needs to be. Isn't forced to take the unnatural forced to expand elsewhere in a more uncomfortable position. As MaxPax did not even probe scout. Now, as we get into our openers, MaxPax is going to be getting into a Stargate, so it's going to be a Stargate-based opener into Oracles, into a third base. We expect a standard opener out of MaxPax. He's not really one to spice things up too much. Really, my eyes are on Rainer. How will he react? How will he respond? How will he approach MaxPax here in Game 2? We are here to find out. Again, we missed out on the openers in the previous series, or in the previous game. Not too sure how they did begin. That does shade in towards that main base. Does actually get into the main. Gonna be able to take down a tumor. Oh! Ooh, just barely gets the tumor in time. Adept taking a lot of damage in the main as we are rushing into a lair. Did we scout? We did. Big moment there. Big scout by MaxPax. This is a 3 minutes, 15 lair timing. Very fast, looking like a Nidus-based all-in. Not normal whatsoever. And MaxPax, he starts up a Void Ray back at home. When Oracle into Void Ray, this is not normal, by the way. This is clearly MaxPax shutting down Overlords. He's looking to deny Nidus Worms. Denying Overlords left and right. As this looks like a Nidus-based all-in. We have 2, soon-to-be 3 gases. This could also be 2-base Hydra, actually. Are we crazy enough to go into 2-base Hydra, to go into 2-base Muta even as well? 4th gas. This is not Nidus. This is not a Nidus Worm. You do not need a 4th gas in this situation. Link speed just now on the way. Is this Hydras? What kind of tech? What kind of tech are we going to be working with as the lair is now done? Insanely fast lair. And there it is. Hydra Den is on the way. This was looking like the Miyamika. We have confirmation. MaxPax still piecing this together. He does go for a 3rd base, going for additional gateways, going for a Twilight counter follow-up. This looks like Glaive Adepts as a follow-up from MaxPax. No Forge, no upgrades, no longevity here for MaxPax. As Raynor is working towards a very early push. Rushing into that. Overseer comes in for a scout. Raynor doesn't see much. The Overseer is denied. It's not going to be Glaive. It's going to be Blink. It's going to be a delayed Forge. So a prioritization of Blink Stalkers. And Ling Hydra, mate, they love facing off against Stalkers. This is the ideal for Raynor. The ideal position, the ideal situation. Oracle comes in. We get eyes on the Hydras. Big scouts. We know what's going on. We are aware. Robot gets thrown down instantly. We need splash damage. Whether it's Colossus, whether it's Storm, we need something to deal with these Hydras. Instantly, Infestation Pit. Now, Raynor, he knows about the Revelation, so he knows he got scouted. So he's working towards Hive Tech. As Hydras are moving out. He's droning behind this, so we're not committed. We are not committed. Big shout out to Jeff Bezos in the chat. Thank you so much for resubscribing, Papi God. Papi God. Thank you so much for subscribing for 10 months. Almost a year. Almost a year of support. Thank you, Papi. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft that we do have here on the CranKy Ducklings. Quack, Papi, quack. As the Hydras, they will back off. As we did mention, he was just faking out a move out as he's been droning. Hive is on the way, Lurker Den as well. Raynor rushing in towards Hydra Lurker Viper. Initially, Raynor was going to hit a timing with his Hydras, but because he got scouted, that's why he's teching. That's why he's transitioning out of a Hydra push into the next stage of the game. Here we go. As MaxPax back at home, still recovering and trying to keep up with what he has been seeing. You can see the Bay on the way for Colossus production. We have +1, which is quite delayed for MaxPax, but is on the way. Revelation here at the natural base does get eyes on the Infestation Pit and the Lurker Den. So now MaxPax knows that his opponent has been quite greedy, or has been taking up, is maybe a better way to put it. Is now aware that Raynor has been taking. And you can see that MaxPax needs to apply some pressure. He needs to force Raynor to make units instead of drone. Now we do catch out a couple of Hydras. Expensive losses here for Raynor. Ooh. Bleeding out a couple of Hydras. Only getting 1 Oracle. Not a single Stalker goes down. Good blinks there from MaxPax. Void Ray coming in from behind. Is zoned away. MaxPax rotating over towards the center, towards the lower half of the map. And again, so far he has been trading very nicely with these Stalkers. But that was only because Lings were not involved. Speaking of Lings, going for a counterattack. There's a stasis. There is a stasis being set up. Raynor instead turning around, going for a surround. Looking to collapse on this army. Blink is on cooldown. And we start to step forward. A lot of Stalkers going down. A big catch here for Raynor. As initially we had 0 Stalkers killed, now we get 6. Up to 7. To 7 workers killed. MaxPax pulling back. Does have his Colossus. The Lunkers are on the way, but MaxPax still lost a lot of momentum, losing all those Stalkers, which means Raynor, he has time. He has time to build up these Lurkers, start up his hive, finish up his hive even. And do we have any Vipers? Not yet. We are still lacking Vipers. Vipers are just a secure way to deal with the Colossus, as the first Colossus has arrived. And Raynor, he does back off. Still focusing on Lurker production. With only one Colossus, we should be able to hold on. Raynor, his economy should not be in trouble. Should not be in danger. Not be in danger here, as we do see Raynor rotating back around. Get into more Lurkers. Oof. Big volley going off here on these Stalkers. We can see behind this MaxPax, he's establishing himself on 4 bases. He has a decent economy, don't get me wrong. Working on his second robo finally. This has been lacking for quite some time, but now we can get into double Colossus production, into Disruptors. But here comes Raynor, splitting up his army. He is maxed out. MaxPax caught out, not in position. This 4th base looking very exposed. At the same time, Raynor pushing towards the 3rd. MaxPax, he will shut this army down, or at least he should. Gets one Lurker. Spine shots going off. MaxPax, he will hold on to his 3rd base, but he will lose the 4th. As Raynor, he doesn't want the 4th, he wants the natural. Pushing in between the bases. We see MaxPax collapsing on the army on the right-hand side. Lurkers are set up. Gonna get a kill on the Void Ray. MaxPax pushing in, taking so many spine shots to the face. He's just zoned away from his own natural. The positioning is just too good. And Raynor, he will shut MaxPax down and take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Out-positioning MaxPax towards the end there. Not just out-positioning MaxPax, but out-teching MaxPax. Remember, Raynor was in control of that game. He rushed into Lair Tech, rushed into Hydras, and remember, with the initial Lair Scouts, MaxPax believed that it was a Nidus Swarm. It was a Nidus Soul, and so he was getting ready for Niduses. Then he saw the Hydras, who was getting ready for a Hydra push. Then he saw the Hive Tech and the Lurker Tech, then he was getting ready for that. It was MaxPax constantly one step behind Raynor, and Raynor was able to just really leverage and establish and take full advantage of that position, take full advantage of his tech, and just pull MaxPax apart. Again, just continuing to keep MaxPax guessing, and very fortunate with the direction that MaxPax was also taking in. For example, going into those big Stalkers meant that he could not really break a Ling Hydra-based army, and Raynor was safe to go into Lurkers. Was safe to get into those Lunkers. Didn't even need the Vipers. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our finalists. We have our grand finals getting ready for us. It's going to be a TVZ between Clem and Raynor. Let's go. Clem versus Raynor going to be coming up next in a best of 5 grand finals, which means because it's the finals, the predictions will soon be open. Just making sure we don't get left behind. Managing those predictions. Clem versus Raynor. Beautiful. Is on the horizon. Vetoes are currently underway, and once they do wrap up, we will have our TVZ best of 5 ready before you. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. It's going to be a rematch. It's going to be a rematch. I believe post IEM we casted these two. Was it last week or the week before? I'm just double checking. Yes, it was last week. Okay, so this is a rematch. If you were here last week, you would have been here for Clem versus Raynor, also in the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe 215. The 215th edition. And Clem was looking dominant. Clem, he took down Raynor 3-1. Clem did slip up in one game, and Raynor was able to, make a series out of it somewhat. But overall, Clem was looking terrifying and was looking dominant in that series. Raynor having a difficult time keeping up with Clem's speed, with his momentum, with his builds as well. Specifically the builds, as Clem was able to just punish and be so greedy on certain maps, like Alcyone, for example, where Clem would be Giga Greedy. Clem whipped out Mech. He meched it up against Raynor, and it did work. So hopefully Raynor has learned from that series and will have a more competitive series here against Clem after a week. After a week of preparation, after a week of improving. I'm hoping that Raynor can fight back against Clem and make this series competitive. Again, Clem was coming into this as a heavy favorite in the entire tournament. Can he be stopped? I want to believe. I want to believe in Raynor. I want to believe in our Zerg. That at least we can force a back and forth and maybe even get an ace match. Love to see it. Would love to see it here. Until then, though, looks like our players are asking for a break. So we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. When we return, we will have our best of 5 grand finals. Get ready for it. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to... Oh, this is not the right scene. There it is. Welcome back to the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe number 216. It's been a wild ride so far. We've had some upsets, we've had some ups, we've had some downs, we've had some insane matches already, but now we are down to 2 players remaining in this entire tournament. We have 1 Terran and 1 Zerg, and there can only be 1 champion. Who will it be? If you are in the Twitch chat, then predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be this week's champion. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our first contender. We have our French Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Team Basilisk, the Italian Zerg. It is Rainer. As Rainer has been very fond of this specific opener. If you're curious, it is a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. It is a very safe way to open up. The downside here, delayed gases. Your gases are far later than normal. This is slightly inefficient from the side of Rainer, but it is safer overall because it allows you to get into faster queens and faster Ling production. So a very safe way to open up, and just Rainer has been in love with it. He's been whipping out the 15-15 very regularly against Terran players, Protoss players, and Zerg players alike. It has been his go-to, adopting Shin. Before Rainer really embraced this opener, Shin was all over it. Early 2023, Shin started doing this and embraced it after kind of course, it hit the mainstream with Eric introducing everyone to the 15-15 a couple of years ago in ZVP. Shin has since adopted it, now Rainer as well. The other Zerg players like Dark, Solar, and Cyril, they sprinkle it in every now and then, but Rainer, he's the one that like really embraced it more than others in recent months. So we expect this to not be the first and last time that we see a 15-15 in this series. Meanwhile, Clem back at home going for a Rax Expand standard opener out of our Terran player. Oh, I should also announce predictions open. There we go. As predictions are open for the next couple of minutes, so you can place your bets on who you believe is going to be our champion. Is going to be a very interesting opener. Okay, very economic. It's going to be a Rax Expand into a factory into a 3rd CC before starport. So very economic follow-up here by Clem. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, despite the fact that we're loading into hard lead. The map itself is a very small map. Shortest rush distance map in the map pool can lead to a lot of aggression. From the Zerg side of things, we've seen a lot of Roach play, a lot of Roach-based openers in this matchup, just to be aggressive and assertive. Likewise, Reaper gets in. We deny the gas geyser. Drone goes down. Big delay here on the 3rd base, and we're going for the other drone. No, we get in. We deny the 3rd once again for a 2nd time, and that's going to be a kill on the drone. 2 workers go down. Big delay in the 3rd. Clem already in the driver's seat as he goes back in. He sees the drone. He will not delay the 3rd base for a 3rd time, but that is already a big win for Clem. Ay. Not like this. Not like this, puppies. Clem, he's already just in control of this. He goes in. He will bypass the queens. Rushes into the main base. The queens are not quite able to keep up. Lings are on the way, but they're not in position. 1 Hellion gets picked off. We do roast up 1, 2 drones going down, a lot of lost mine time in the main base, and Clem with a handful of units is snowballing out of control. Lings, they finally come out. We can finally shut this down. Clem will be cleaned up, but that was pretty well worth it here. 2 dead workers. We forced out some spores. We delayed mining in the main base. We killed 2 drones additionally and delayed the 3rd base. All very successful damage here by Clem. Now, the reason why Reyna was so vulnerable in that moment is because with a 15-15, you rely on queens to defend. You skip and you delay lings. That's why there was 0 lings to deny those Hellions and to keep up. Lings were only just now made in the aftermath. So again, Clem abusing the opener of Reyna, taking advantage of it, aware of its weaknesses, aware of its vulnerabilities. Clem going to be rotating back around. Again, just poking in with his Hellions. Ooh, we threaten a dive. We don't commit. Not this time. As Clem is forced back. Reinforces with more Hellions. Behind this, third CC up and running. We're getting our 3-rack setup on the way. Double E-base. And the third base will soon be thrown down on location. Will soon be on the way. This one, oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll fix it. So I was engrossed in the game that I didn't quite fix that score, but it is a best of 5 grand finals, not a best of 1. To apologize. Meanwhile, Liberator comes in from behind. We do catch a queen. Queen is going to be going down. Likewise, Hellions poking on the front lines. They do not quite make it in. So far, Reyna, he's tightening up his defenses. Did lose the queen, but these Hellions have not found a way in. Not yet. So overall, good stuff here. As Clem is still building up his own production, still being active with these Hellions. Liberator did go down, did not survive. So good pick off by Reyna. Did get picked off. Third base now on the way. And because these Hellions, Clem has map control, he's free to expand. There's nothing here to really harass him, to stop him, to slow him down. Reyna this entire time has been droning. To focus a little bit on our Zerg player, Reyna, he's been re-droning, resaturating, catching up. He is behind because of his delayed third and all the damage done earlier. So he's just rushing into just mass drone production. It means that Reyna doesn't really have an army. He has a handful of lings, but not much else. Just now, 1-1, it's halfway done. Baliness is about to finish up just in time with the lair to start up bathing speed. But without bathing speed, Clem, he has a bit of momentum on his side. He can get damage done as he's coming in with a double drop. Armory is about to finish, so we can morph in some Hellbats. Overlord gets caught out. Supply blocking Clem for a moment there. And there it is, the Hellbats, they have arrived. Clem pushing forward, takes out another Overlord. At the same time, here comes a Ling run by. Big catch here by Reyna. And the Bailings, ooh, they do not connect. Clem, he does respond, he does pull back. Ooh, as the Bailings, they don't connect either here. Clem handling this situation so well. Across the map, 7 SCVs go down. Good damage was dealt. And Reyna doesn't lose any drones. Whew. So, a good defense by Reyna. Didn't kill the army, didn't collapse on the Bioforce. But Reyna, he protected his mineral line and he kills 7 SCVs. A good moment for Reyna. And a very necessary moment as well. Because the early game was not going his way. He needed something to go his way. As he is catching up. Now with a 4th hatchery. Soon to be a 5th hatchery. Reyna knocking down those rocks. And getting ready for the push. Clem going to be moving on forward. Bathing speed still isn't done. But it's a couple of seconds away. And once it does kick in, Reyna, he should have an easier time dealing with this. Widow mines are being set up, waiting for a scan. To take down the active tumors. Widow mine is baited out. Oh! Ooh, big connection on the Bailings. A good mine shot there. Clem, he does pick up, he does escape with his Marines. Just barely, but the creep is looking strong. We spoke about this in the early game. Oh god, no! As Clem is paying attention. Whew, he picks up just in time. But we spoke about the map, about how small this is. You can see the creep already halfway. Already barely over the halfway mark here. Soon to be encroaching on the third base of Clem. That's just how little room there is on hard lead. So Clem, he needs to be on top of this creep spread, otherwise it's going to get out of control. Very quickly, very easily. Yeah, he rotates around and he will catch these active tumors. Meanwhile, Clem, Reyna, he goes in! Big connections, big bailing connections there from the Zerg player. Clem, late to react, late to respond. Sims on forward. Mindshot going to get baited. Ooh, as we have a slightly better connection there for Raynor. There's still a single Widowmine behind this. Again, we can see that Clem is trying to keep the pressure up, going for a Doom Drop into the main base, just over 3 medevacs. Creep is being cleaned up, and the job gets into the main. Raynor out of position, going for a Ling main Hydra. Hydra gets caught out, Lings are trickling into their death. Not a good trade here for Raynor, bleeding out too much. We take control of the main base, we deny the infestation pit, at the same time we push onto the front lines. Widowmines are breaking through, we stim on forward, and Raynor, he's struggling, he's being pulled apart. Good target firing here out of Clem. Insane target firing. Ooh, but he does take a bathing to the face. Does sustain some damage in the main base, forced to pick up as well. Raynor, he is surviving, but he's not living. Like, Raynor, he's barely holding on. Struggling to hold on, as Clem has been so efficient. We see Raynor, his spawning pool was sniped. Not like this. No spawning pool, no Lings can be made. Raynor relying on what he has, relying on Hydras. Stim on forward, we catch another Queen. We get a Tumor. Again, good attention to detail there by Clem, dropping into that dropping into that natural base. Picking up a Hydra, dropping into the main. Oh, and where are the Bailings? Where are the Lings? I mean, we couldn't make any. That's the problem. We could not produce any more Lings or any more Bailings. As Raynor, he is barely forcing this back with a Hydra army. Scarlet, is that you? Mainly Hydras here for Raynor. Reinforcements have arrived, and without Bailings, how do we defend? How do we deal with this? We don't. We need Bailings to survive, and these are just very inefficient trades from Raynor, bleeding out so many Hydras. Mine Shot's going to be going off. Raynor, he does force this back. Ooh, fighting off of Creep. Yeah, running into more Widowmines here. As Clem, he just keeps on rallying across the map. He's got a 5th CC behind this, 81 SCVs. Clem has an untouchable economy right now, an untouched economy. Raynor, he hasn't had the freedom to go for counterattacks for run-bys. Oh, with a friendly fire! Oh my god. What do you do if you don't have any Banelings? Oh, you drag the mine shots. Ooh. So we did shut down some Banelings there. At the same time, drone's going to be going down. Oh, there we go. I was looking for the mine drop here towards the left-hand side. We get 8 workers. Now, Raynor has a good worker count, but again, it's his army that's struggling here. He's been trading so poorly. He needs a little bit of breathing room. He needs a moment here to just muster up his reinforcements and consolidate his army. But it's not happening. Mine shots going off. Clem keeping the pressure up. Creep slowly being respread. Raynor working towards a Lurker Den. Now, if we can survive, if we can make it to Lurkers, then Raynor can stabilize. Raynor, he can slow the game down and bring things back. If he can just get into those Lurkers. Oof. Mine Shot going up. Clem breaking through. Bailings, they try to trickle in, but they connect with Marauders. Oh. And Clem, he makes his way towards the hatchery. Raynor out of position, racing back over. That's going to be a cancel. That should be a cancel on the hatchery. Never mind, we save it. We do let it finish. Snipe's going to be going off. Clem transitioning into Ghosts, ready for Lurkers. Even if we get into Lurker production, we have Ghosts ready already. We are prepared. Ghosts getting picked up. As we see Clem, he has broken this hatchery. That's 300 minerals down the drain. At the same time, going for a drop on the left-hand side is barely deflected. But that hatchery in the center of the map is so low. So close to going down. Ooh, Mine Shot connecting with those Lings. Bit of friendly fire. As Raynor, he's getting some of the medevacs. The medevacs are so low. Good pickups there by Raynor. Does shave off some medevacs. But again, there it is. The Lurkers are finally on the way. A good Lurker count, actually. Again, if we get them in position in high enough number, then we can force Clem to back off. Yeah, Lurkers, they have revealed themselves, and Clem has to respect them. At the same time, a lurker counterattack. Clem, he just turns back around, and suddenly, Raynor, he's getting momentum. He gets some breathing room, he's able to re-drone, focus on his production, focus on rebuilding his army. SCVs are going down. Raynor, he's still in this, he has maxed out. Lurkers on the right and the left-hand side. As we deny a base. We deny a CC. Again, unfortunately for Raynor, Clem, he already had ghosts. Like, so he can snipe away at these lurkers. 3 lurkers get picked off. Clem expanding on the right-hand side. Taking a fresh mining base. Lurkers have been spotted. Again, Raynor trying to push on 2 ends, 2 angles, 2 sides at the same time. Oh, bleeding out lurkers. Expensive losses for Raynor. So he does push in. My connection is not ideal. The base hasn't been scouted. Raynor. Okay, no, he knows. He sees. Does see the base. Pushes in anyway towards the planetary. At the same time, encroaching on the army on the left-hand side as well. Edging on closer. Getting some free shots off. And now suddenly you can see Clem is on the back foot. The masked lurker, papi. Snipes is still looking good, but oh my god, the spine shots are too much. Clem bleeding out a lot of Marines. You can see how the dynamic changes here once lurkers come into play. Ooh, as Raynor, he does overextend a little bit there. But he catches more ghosts. Catching more of these ghosts. Lings, they threaten the planetary, but it's up and running. 9 SCVs go down. We cleaned up the lurkers on the left-hand side, and now we can focus on the right. These are expensive losses for Raynor. I'm a little bit concerned, but he has done a lot of damage. Oh, where's the skin? No! There was no skin! Oh my god, Clem! Oh, he just eats so many spines to the face. No skin available. Lings, they flood in towards the natural, towards the main base. And Raynor, he takes a massive fight. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. We finally have a skin, but it might just be too late. This CC needs to land. One of the command centers, it is floating. Does have enough for a skin. As Lings, they flood into the natural. Big mine shot, though. Now, Clemens is going to be able to defend eventually, but that's a kill on the planetary. Planetary goes down. You can see Raynor, he's mass expanding. Taking here these bases on the right-hand side. Droning back up to 79. Oof, oh my god, the spine shots as well once again. Annihilating that bio army. You can see Clem plummet in supply. He was maxed out a minute ago, and now he's down to 130 supply. And Raynor, he has done it. He's pulling Clem apart. Denies the center base. Denying mining here towards the top right as well. Another lifted orbital. That's why we didn't have a scan. It was this lifted base. The lifted base on the left-hand side as well. And here, the power spike that is the lurker was just too much. Yeah, as the lurker rush just doesn't end. 5 more lurkers on the way. So end up losing one of those lurkers towards the left. But again, Raynor, he's maxed out. Like, he's in full control this game. It's gonna be a kill on the CC on the right-hand side. Clem getting a bit of damage here with this mine drop. Oh, killing 6 drones, not bad. It's a start, but we need more than just a start. We need more than that. A massive fungal as well. We catch the main army. Oh my god, the friendly fire with the wind mine as well. The lean main does crash in. And Raynor, he has done it. Again, he weathered the storm. He survived the aggression. Made it to the lunkers, papi. That's all we need. That's all we did need. And you can see the map now working in favor of Raynor. You can see just how in his face, how little time Clem had to react, and how quickly Raynor, he lays siege upon 3 locations at once. On the right, on the left, and through the center. Because of how small this map is. If we were on Equilibrium, Alcyone, Radisson Station, Side Delta even, it would be a different dynamic. Would have been a very different game here. Here on hard lead, Raynor snowballing out of control. Shutting down that center base. That will be a kill on that orbital. And again, we're running out of scans. As here we have a planetary. An orbital is lifted. We have, yeah, basically two orbitals worth of scans. 3 orbitals even. And we're out of energy. Whew. Again, a very intense game. It was a very intense game. Almost non-stop action. Initially from the side of Clem, and then from the side of Raynor. Yeah, and with that, Raynor is going to collapse in this army. The lurkers from behind as well. Massive smite shots going off. The Widowmines, I'm waiting for the friendly fire here as we collapse. We bust on in. And Raynor, he has done it. He's broken the army of Clem. There's nothing left. GG gets called, and Raynor, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A wild game there, a back and forth in so many different ways. And congratulations here, Raynor. He had a rough start. He had a very rough start to the game, but he was able to persevere through the chaos, through the aggression of Clem. And with that, he was able to bounce back, able to take game 1. GG. GG, very well played here by Raynor. And with that, he takes a lead in the series. And this really just makes me that much more excited for the rest of these matches, for the rest of these games. Again, it's a best of 5, plenty of games ahead of us. And with this win for Raynor, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping that we can embrace a more back and forth best of 5 here. As we're going to be loading into game number 2. Game number 2, a much larger map, far larger compared to Hard Lead. We're going to be loading into Equilibrium. Let's go. As we're just kind of making sure our lobby is good to go. Making sure we're okay. Looks like there's someone trying to sneak in. Beautiful. But yeah, it looks like there was just someone trying to impersonate Chicken Man, trying to sneak into lobbies and, you know, just being a clown. Bobby being a clown. All good, though. He has been removed, and now we can get into game number 2. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium, we can now focus on the series, focus on the finals, as spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our French Terran player down in this series, but it's a best of 5. Give us more, Bobby. Give us more. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem, the best Terran in all of Europe. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player representing Team Basilisk. Leading the series 1-0, the Italian Zerg. It is Raynor. Here we go. Again, it was a beautiful back and forth there. I mean, pretty like cut and dry back and forth in the sense that, you know, for the first half, Clem was in control, and then suddenly momentum swung in favor of Raynor. And he was able to hold on to it, able to keep it. And now we're loading into Equilibrium. Interesting. I'm curious as to what the vetoes were, just because usually Equilibrium is vetoed. Even in best of 5s, Equilibrium is prioritized. But I do know there are some Terran players that aren't afraid of this map. I do know there are some Terrans, Clem might be one of them. I think Bjorn is another that is willing to, no, sorry, Spirit is another that is willing to embrace equilibrium. Now, this map has some interesting features. One, it's a very large map. Long rush distance by ground, far longer than hard lead, for example, of course, but hard lead is one of the more extreme cases of short rush distance. So long rush distance by ground, a lot of bases to be taken, and it is very easy to cut the map in half. Very easy to cut this map in half and force a longer, later game. But the problem with that is, before we can cut the map in half, we have goal bases. Goal bases are available, and it is relatively easy for the Zerg player to establish this gold and make use of it as a third or a fourth base. And they get a big boost in their economy in the mid game, in the mid to late game. And with that boosted economy, they can break the Terran, or it can be difficult for the Terran to stabilize and difficult for the Terran to keep up. And we'll see if we can pull that off. We'll see how Clem does approach this. As for now, it's going to be a Hatchcast pool, checking the opener. This time, Raynor did not go for a 15-15, just a standard Hatchcast pool from Raynor. And Clem going for a Rax Expand into a Factory. Should be into a third CC. Should be into a third CC as the Reaper is going to be dancing with these Lings. Ooh. As the Reaper gets a Ling, almost gets another, as we barely get away there. Clem almost a little bit too greedy, but does pull back just in time. Good control here out of Clem. Not as impactful and not as bombastic as game one. Like, let's be real. Game one, the opener from Clem was crazy. Like, he was popping off, pop. It was like I lost my mind watching it. But Clem here, a little bit more tame, gets a Ling, doesn't get a drone. Third base is going to get up and running. Looking at the vision, Clem has spotted the third base location, is aware of it, and will back off. And again, because it was a standard opener from Raynor, he has Lings, he has Queens, he has Ling speed on the way. He isn't delayed, he isn't as vulnerable as he was in game one. So he should have a much more secure position here. Meanwhile, Clem going for a third CC. Third CC before Starports, a very economic follow-up here, going for the auto swap, going into Banshee play. This is very standard, very meta, a very economic and safe way to play. Going into a third base, and the Banshees essentially give you map control. They allow you to harass, they also allow you to shut down Roach aggression. If Raynor wanted to be aggressive with Roaches, he would be shut down by the Cloak Banshees. So this should be leading into the mid game. It means that both players should be able to survive and get into the mid game. Really, it's going to be on Clem to potentially get a tumor, and it's going to be on Clem to potentially get economic damage done. These Banshees, sure, they're safe and secure, but we can kill workers. We could catch Queens and pick up some Queens, deny bases, deny the fourth base, clear up tumors. These Banshees can be quite flexible. They can be quite flexible for Clem. As he is going to be rotating around, being as active as possible. We do see Raynor going for a lair first, so a safe follow-up by Raynor. What I mean by that, at this stage of the game, Zerg players have options to go into double Evo Chamber if it's an economic opener, and Raynor didn't know. He now scouts, he now sees the CC. So I'm sure he's a little bit uncomfortable with that idea, as he's going for a safe opener, lair first, into a Baneling Nest, into Baneling Speed, into delayed upgrades. Or later upgrades, maybe a better way to put it. As Banshee does get a couple of drones in the main base. I'm assuming this is going to be for a Baneling Nest, but the Baneling Nest would have been thrown down by now. Gases are being taken. 4 gases already here from Raynor. Is he going into Mutas? This looks like Spire. We'll see. The longer this goes on without a Baneling Nest, the more like a Spire this does look. As Raynor looking to spice it up a little bit here. Overseer is on the way. Banshee's coming in towards the natural. Looking to get a read on what's going on. They do spot the lair. We're going for a Queen. We don't quite get it. Queen does survive at the same time. Hellions, they bust into the third base. They roast up a mineral line. Drones are going down. 13. Oh my god. We annihilate the mineral line here. 14 workers, they get barbecued, and that is not insignificant. That is an entire mineral line going down. Banshees get zoned away. We have a lair, but we're not making use of it. What is the purpose of this lair? There it is. There is the Spire. Again, it's screen Muta. It should have been Muta, and Mutas are on the way. Now, Clem hasn't seen it yet because it's so late. He saw the lair, he saw gases. He has pieces. Like, Clem, he has pieces to the puzzle, but he hasn't kind of formed everything together yet. He doesn't confirm the Spire itself. Again, very late Bailey Nest, very late Evo Chambers because of the Spire. So, Raynor, he's risking quite a lot here on Muta play. Now, Clem still has to get a read of what's going on. He's going Biomine, thankfully. He, has plenty of anti-air available. No turrets yet because he doesn't know he needs them. He's going to be active, though. Is moving out with his double drop. Is going to be active with his drop, just clearing up some creep. Takes down some tumors, does pick up, does get the hell out of there. As 1-1 is kicking in. Okay, 1-1 finishing up here for the Bio Army. The Spire is done, Mutas are on the way. Mutas are in production, and Clemmy still has no idea what's going on. He is not ready for Mutas back at home. Picks off an Overlord. Again, these Mutas are delayed, but that may work in Raynor's favor because Clem won't be ready for it. But he's being active, moving up with the second army. And can Raynor survive? Remember, he has 0-0 Lings. He does not have Bailing speed. His ground army is lacking because of the Mutas, and the Mutas, they do reveal themselves to the Bio Army, to the Marines. Now Clem knows. Pushing in towards the south, he catches the Queens! No transfuse, no energy, and every Queen is going to go down. A big loss here for Raynor. As the Queens, they do get shut down. We have to pull away from the goal base. Mutas are coming in. We still have some winter lines. Oh! Ooh, big connection. Big connections! Oh my god, we just mowed through the Mutas and the Lings. And GG gets called. Too many losses. Clem takes game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Clem, he didn't even see the Spire. There weren't any turrets. He didn't even know there were Mutas, but again, because of how aggressive he was, because of how delayed everything else was, the ground army was lacking. The ground army was lacking. We were relying so much on Mutas, and Mutas are not ideal defensively. They're so fragile, especially early on with a low Muta count. We put all of our eggs in one basket, all of our eggs in the Mutas, and because Clem was aggressive then and there, Raynor was pulled apart. He was completely pulled apart there by Clem, by the split push. And just like that, GG. GG, well played. That's the risk you take as well. To make this clear, and I'm sure many people know, rushing into a Spire like that and rushing into Mutas is a really risky thing to do because you are vulnerable, right? Because you lack Lingbane and you lack upgrades and you lack a solid army. It's a force that's meant to harass, and if you can get away with it, you can snowball out of control, right? It's high risk, high reward. And if you don't get scouted, if your opponent is too passive, then you can get some economic damage done, gain map control, snowball out of control with the amount of Mutas you have, catch back up with bailing speed and upgrades, and we have a game. But there's a period. If you're rushing into Mutas, there is a period, there's a window where you're vulnerable. And you're so vulnerable, so prone to those kind of attacks. And here we go. As we are getting ready for game number 3. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Oceanborn coming up next. We're just making sure we have the correct players in. Beautiful. Do love to see it. Do love to see it here as we are getting ready here to determine who will take a lead in the series, who will gain momentum overall in the grand finals. Will it be Clem or Raynor to get that next point on the board? Chat was just catching up. Here we go. Catching up with the chat. Mine's OP, papi. True, true. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Terran player. We have our French Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1. And looking to extend that lead, looking to take that momentum and take it even further in this game. Can he do it? Can he pull it off? It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player representing Team Basilisk, being forced into a tied-up series. Can he redeem himself? Can he bounce back? Going for a 15-15. Again, it is Raynor. If you were here for Game 1, I went on a small tangent about how Raynor is in love with the 15-15, and he went for it in Game 1, he skipped it in Game 2, but a big reason for that, I'm pretty sure, is because of how large Equilibrium is. So there's no reason to play safe. You can just go for a standard opener. Here on Oceanborn, shorter rush distance by ground, 15-15, safe opener by Raynor. It is opening up very safely here with a faster hatchery, a faster spawning pool, delayed gases. As we mentioned, to quickly reiterate, this does mean that we get faster queen production. It does mean we get later ling speed and later economy, just slightly less efficient than a standard opener, only slightly. And Raynor, he's more than happy to just play safely and, you know, just be defensive here, be secure in the early game. But again, he has a reputation. Like, Clem knows that Raynor loves this opener, so isn't going to indulge him in a more aggressive build. Clem chilling out, going for a Rax expand. No proxy, no cheese, no hyper aggression. Not yet. Not yet, as the SV is moving out across the map. Let's go. Waddle on out here. SCV going to be delaying the third base. This is the downside of Oceanborn. The hardest thing here for Zerg is that on Oceanborn, there's only one third base to take. This linear third is so exposed. This one here in the center of the map, there's no way to take it. You have to expand toward the left-hand side instead, and Clem is there to delay it. He's there to delay the expansion, dives into the natural base, going for the drone. He gets one. Ooh, that should not have happened. One drone goes down. Big pick-off already for Clem. Dipping into the main. Queen is in position. Raynor, he will defend. But already, quite a loss. Behind this, third CC. 3 CC before Starport. Once again, economic opener out of Clem. It is what has been embracing so far this entire series. Every game so far. Same build from our Terran. Same initial opener. This may be a better way to put it. The follow-up, we have been varying up. That is true. As the SV goes back home, and Raynor is stuck on 2 bases. Ooh, he's stuck on 2 bases. He embraces the 2-base play, throwing down the Roach Warren. Oh boy. What else did Raynor do? Skip Ling Speed. Ling Speed was not researched. We skip Ling Speed. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Lair is on the way. 2-base Roach coming out from Raynor. Very committed, and Clem has to scout this. Dips in. Queen is in position. He doesn't commit. He dips out. Clem is in the dark, but he's at least aware of the lack of base. He still knows that there is no third. So the likelihood of this being Roach is quite high, to be honest. It's quite high that it is going to be Roaches. Now with this fast Lair, it's going to be fast Roach speed. This could lead into an all-in. We'll keep an eye on the drone count of Raynor to see how hard he commits to Roach production. Cyclones have arrived. Ooh, and with the help of these Cyclones, we can deny the base. Oh. We could try and deny the hatchery. As, yeah, we do go straight for the base itself. Reaper gets into main, scouts the lair, gets towards the natural, and we get eyes on the Roach Warren as well. Clem, he sees everything. He confirms. I mean, on top of that, the Roaches have been revealed. Cyclones go to town. They pick off a Roach. Ay. The Cyclone follow-up is insane. We pick off a Roach. We pick off a Queen as well. Can we get another Queen? We can, and we will. We get the Queen and the Ravager, and Clem, he's snowballing out of control, punishing the build of Raynor. He sees your Roach Ravager, and he raises you with Cyclones picks off the final Ravager as well. Doesn't lose a single Cyclone of his own. And Clem, this is just becoming far too much here. The Cyclones are so low, we should be backing off soon. Oh my god, but he does outrange the Queen. He gets another Queen. He outranges, he shuts them down. We'll finally back off. But look at the trades. He killed 3 Queens, 1 Roach, 2 Ravagers, an Overlord, a Drone for 1 Hellion and 1 Reaper. Very efficient trades here by Clem. Ay, ay, ay. And Raynor, I mean, remember, his third base is delayed, his economy is delayed. He was banking on these Roaches, and I feel like we may just have to go for an all-in. We'll keep an eye on the drone count. Right now, we're at 54 workers. We have sub 3 base saturation. We have Roaches on the way, Roach speed as well. Raynor hasn't made a drone in quite some time. We'll see if he ever makes another drone. As the Hellions, they do threaten the third base. They head towards the natural. We're going for more drone kills as they are lining up. We get 2 workers. We get 3. Can we get a 4th? Not quite. 3 drones get picked off, and Raynor is re-droning. Okay, he's not all in. That is what we were waiting for. He is re-droning, throws down 2 more EVA chambers. He wants to head into 1-1, and he's moving out with his army, but he is not all in. Bear that in mind. He's posturing, but he won't be committing. This also means that he cannot afford to lose this army. If these Roaches die, he has nothing behind this, because he's droning. He has nothing else behind this. He has to be very careful with his army. Bunker is on the way. Tank is in position. Do we have stim? We do. Yeah, we already have stim as well. Again, Raynor, he cannot lose this. Throws down a couple of vials. Again, poking and prodding wherever he can. Overlord is gonna fall. And Raynor, he has to be so careful. Again, a delicate dance here between the Roaches and the Bio Army. Does force the pickup. Raynor, trading well. So far, trading well. Getting his 4th base. He has map control. Behind this, working towards 1-1. Infestation bits on the way. This should be for infestors, for fungal growths. Fungal is a good way to support the army. To support Roach Ravager, as we are lacking splash damage. We are lacking splash damage here as Raynor is building up. Scan into the main, reveals the hive. And infestors are on the way. 3 infestors in production. Hydra Den. So Raynor, he's trying to transition away from Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker Viper. That is the end game. The end goal here is Lurkers. We saw that, hey, they won Raynor game 1. That did happen. But it wasn't easy. Was not easy by any means. Clem rotating around, dropping towards that natural. To see a double drop towards the left-hand side. Clem going to try and pull apart Raynor again. Raynor's army is quite immobile, but he does have those fungals. Does have the infestors. As Clem is just focusing on tank production, making 2 tanks out of... That's a lot of tanks! Oh my god. Clem, he's building up a death ball of an army. With a tank-heavy style, he can just shut down all things Roach, Ravager, Hydra Lurker related. Big fungal here on the bio. The chain fungal as well! Big catch, as Clem will lose all of his Marines here on the right-hand side. 1 singular Marine does not escape. We did have a mine drop here towards the left. It killed some workers, that is true. But Clem, he bled out so many Marines. He is now at least aware of the infestors. But that's a rude awakening. That's a rough way to be made aware. There it is. +1 vehicle weapons. We can see Clem just turtling at this point. Just turtling up, relying on drop play. He could deny this base on the left-hand side. Could deny the 5th. He's looking quite exposed. Limited crease spread here. Raynor is still stabilizing. Lurker Den is done. Lurker upgrades on the way. And the Lunkers, they're on the horizon, but against a tank-heavy composition, Lurkers aren't going to be as effective as we saw against the Widowmines. Yeah, we deny the 5th. Force a cancel. Dropping in towards that 4th. Raynor, though, he's in position. For the most part, keeping up with the movement of Clem. On the right-hand side, we pick up a Roach. Coming in with another double drop, denying the fifth. A fifth that doesn't exist. Spore Crawler going to be going down. Now Hydra as well. What else can we get? What else can we pick up? We get a Gas Geyser. We do retreat. Again, Clem respecting the army of Raynor quite a bit. After losing 3 full Medivacs, full of Marines. I mean, the Medivacs survived, but losing all those Marines, he doesn't want to take a chance. Does back the hell up. Yeah, it's still continuing tank production here. Still making 2 at a time. Again, this tank-based army is going to be brutal when we do move out. We will need Vipers. And we just don't have any, not yet. I'm hoping we can get some Vipers soon. Without them, Raynor will have a hard time engaging. Bungle grazes the army. Does connect once again. The Vials! Clem getting punished for being active here. Bleeding out more Marines. I mean, at least he's only losing Marines. You can see here that he's barely lost any gas. He's only lost 75 gas this game. Crazy. He's been so efficient. Reality is that Marines are expendable. True. They are quite expendable here. Raynor now going for the Baleen Nest. Should be working towards Ling Speed. Sorry, Ling Speed is done. And should be working towards a Ling Bane army to support his Hydra Lurker. Still no Vipers. And Clem should soon be pushing. We're maxing out. We're maxing out here at 200 supply. Nidus swerving towards the Natural is going to be shut down. Clem, he does slip in. That's a kill. Oh, 1 base goes down. Can we get another? That's a kill on the right-hand side. This should be a cancel towards the left. Another kill. Oh my god. 600 minerals down the drain. We go for the Lurker Den. Clem picking up so much. Killing 2 hatcheries and a Lurker Den in a matter of seconds. And Raynor, he's being pulled apart. Does catch a medevac with those spores, thankfully. But those are some brutal pickoffs. 2 dead hatcheries. Dead tech. I believe we have the upgrades. I believe... Yeah, we have both Lurker upgrades already. But the Lurker Den has to be rebuilt. Big losses here for Raynor. As we stim in once again onto the base. But we don't get it. We do not get it though, not this time. Drop into the main base, but there is stack defense in position. Raynor, he's aware that he's having a hard time keeping up with the speed of Clem. So he goes for Spine Crawlers and Spores. Stack defense to buy time. Green drop comes in. Good target firing here on the drones. Getting 3 drones, getting 4 drones, almost a 5th in the main. Good trade there for the Marines. Behind this, we are taking another CC, getting a 5th. 5th CC on the way. Planetaries in position. You can see the wall here by Clem. Turrets, towers, planetaries, tanks. Anything and everything. And Raynor, he has to get rid of these roaches. They are just... dead supply here at this point. Inflated supply for Raynor. That's why he's being active with them. Yeah, he's bleeding them out, but that's a good thing. As we replace the roaches with Ling Bane. Snipe's going to be going up. I say with Ling Bane, there we go. 38 Lings on the way, 9 drones as well. Raynor getting up to Assault Economy. Well, the Nidus finishes. No shot. Nidus into the main base, and Clem, he didn't see. He wasn't in position. And we are camping the production, but here come the ghosts. Oh my god. Whew. That was almost disastrous, by the way. If the ghosts weren't nearby. They sniped 3 lurkers. At the same time, Ling Roche pushing towards the front lines. They try to break in, but they are denied. Vipers have arrived. How many Vipers do we have? 1. 1 Viper so far. Ghosts pushing in. Ooh. They do graze that infestor. It is lurking, but it is an infestor. Scans will reveal it. Ghost coming for the snipe. The Viper! Ooh, is sniped. Can he get both? Gets the Viper, gets the infestor as well. The value goes though. Can we get away? The Ghost will escape. Oh my god. Shouldn't have, but does barely get away. Went on a mission. Oh, not like this. Clem himself. Snipes a Viper, snipes an Infestor, gets the hell out of there. We see Raynor slipping in. But I believe there are turrets around, so he has to be very careful with his movement. Another Infestor gets caught. Big scans here from Clem. Raynor, he has to split up his Infestors. Cannot bunch them up. As Clem is building up his bank, Raynor expanding everywhere. Mass expanding, taking every base that's left over. Making sure he has a superior economy. A superior bank. Again, very important that Raynor holds on to these center bases. If he loses them, then he will lose momentum. Again, he needs to stay up in bases compared to Clem, as Clem has a more efficient army. Just to wind it back a little bit as to what I meant. So, Clem's army is more efficient. Ghost Tank Lib. Very efficient army, so because his army is more efficient, Raynor needs a better army. He needs a better economy, sorry, to be able to out-trade Clem to keep up. Otherwise, Clem will just run away. He'll just run away with the game. If Clem gets an even economy, then what does Raynor have going his way, right? Like, what is his advantage in that position? Doesn't have one. So Clem has a better army. Raynor has a better economy for the time being. Does lose a hatchery. Does lose a base. You can see Clem killing his own SCVs. Freeing up supply. Nida Swarm towards the left-hand side. That's a good way to reinforce and a good way to evacuate this base if we ever need it. Meanwhile, Clem doesn't need to mine from these center bases yet. He just needs to deny them. And denying the right-hand side is already beautiful. Can he deny the left, though? There it is. Spine Crawlers on the way. Spore Crawlers. You can see Raynor fortifying this position. He knows how important it is. Another Knight is being thrown down. Clem gaining ground on the right-hand side. Bane trying to roll in. Isn't quite able to. The tank line a little bit too strong. And you see Raynor dive in. He wants to go for the dive. He catches the tank, gets another as well. Oh, the frame's going to be dropping a little bit here as we push into a concave. The third tank survives for Clem, and he holds the line. Again, a good trade there for Clem. He only lost a couple of tanks. Didn't lose anything major. And he's replacing those tanks as he makes 7 libs at a time. My god. It's a lot of liberators. That's a lot of freedom. And again, Ghost Tank Lib. That is the ideal Terran army. The Infestor, no! We wander in. We have been spotted. Did Clem notice? I think he did. Yeah. I think he might have noticed. Yeah, tanks and libs denying the gas. Clem finally taking the center base. Scan barely misses the Infestor. Oh my god. Suck it in. And Raynor, can we make use of it? Here we go. We dive on the army. Can we get a fungal off? We can and we will. The ghosts get caught out. Big fungal there from Raynor. Collapsing on the tanks, and Clem, he spread a little bit too thin. Okay, Raynor, he will back off, heading towards that planetary. But the liberation zones, they have arrived. The freedom is here. As the fungal misses. No shot. Fungal does barely miss. Bailing's not efficient trades here on the ghosts, as they do get shut down. And Clem, he will take the fight. He will force back the army. Good snipes here from Clem. Raynor pulling back. The base survived, by the way. The planetary was not killed. It still stands strong. Clem maintains this position. And Raynor has to back off and rebuild. Yeah, 4 more Infestors working towards eventually Broodlords. We've got Double Spire, 1-1. This is for Broodlord production. Eventually, we have to get out of Lingbane Hydra into Broodlord Infestor. That is what Raynor needs. We can see Clem getting ready for it already with Viking production. Vikings underway. Still no mining here towards the left. Raynor just cannot mine freely because of all the libs and tanks. One tank is going to get picked off. As though the lib gets within range of the Spore Crawler. Scans trying to get eyes on the army. Oh, the Ghost is a bit adventurous. Moving forward a little bit too much there. But there it is. Liberation has arrived. All we need is a scan. One good scan here. Nuke on the right-hand side as well is going to go off. Collapsing here on the side defense. Forcing it back. Oof. Do end up yoinking one of those libs, but the Liberator survives. Oh my god. Lib does survive. Give us a scan, Papi. So managed to land a fungal on the Vikings. But it's becoming too much. You can see Clem gaining ground on both ends. On both sides. Scans gets eyes on the army. Tanks just zoning back the Lings. Still no Broodlords. No Broodlords for Raynor. Stuck again with a subpar army. And the hatchery is going to go down. Raynor, he gives up on the base. And this is a pretty fresh base, by the way. A big loss there for Raynor. And he's in a bit of trouble here. Still has a bank, but he's about to burn through it. Snipe's going to be going off. Nidus goes down. From here, Clem, he can back off. He can focus across the map instead. Oh, as Raynor has to make a choice. And there it is. Broodlords. It's going to be, there's soon to be 2-2 Broodlords. Currently 1-1. As 2-2 is halfway done. Raynor, he's getting there. Raynor is getting there. Ooh, Viper goes down. Very nice pick off. By Clem. Rotates around. Raynor a bit out of position. And the Broodlords, they have been scouted. They have been revealed. How many Broodlords do we have? We have 8 Broodlords, 10 Corruptors. Vikings being a little bit ambitious there. They do overextend. And they will get fungled. Big fungals on the Vikings. But you can see Raynor, he's cutting... Sorry, Clem. He's cutting Raynor off from his base. From his most important mining base right now. Broodlords are coming in. They go for the ghosts. Oh, they do manage to get one ghost. More Broodlords on the way. Meanwhile, Clem just doubling down on mass ghost lib production. Catch some lurkers. Yeah, going for the mining base. Goes for the nuke as well. Big EMP. Broodlords, they need to deny the nuke. They do need to deny. We collapse on the army. Big fungal here. Oh, no fungal, sorry. Parasitic bomb. And here comes the Ling Bane. Collapsing on the ghost. But we don't quite make it. Oh, decent Bailey connections. Yeah, it's just too much. The nuke connects. GG gets caught. 12 drones go down. And Clem, he snowballs out of control, taking game number 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Clem was just so efficient throughout that entire game, and he was just choking Raynor out. Raynor just could not hold on to a single base. Whenever Clem would push in, Raynor just had to give up more and more ground, losing center right, losing even the other center right base, losing center left as well. Just being bullied back time and time again. Could not keep up with Clem. And with that, Raynor, even towards the end, burned through his entire bank. He just did not have a bank to work with. And Clem is now 1 game away from taking this entire series, from taking the tournament, from becoming our champion. Last week, it was a Clem versus Raynor finals, and Clem took down Raynor 3-1 in a pretty terrifying fashion. Here, it's more of a back and forth. Raynor, he's able to hold his own. And I'm hoping that we can go to the ace match. I'm hoping that Raynor can fight back here and now and force a game 5. But it's not on me. It's not on us. It's on Raynor right now. To bring his A game. And to fight like he never has before. To bring Clem down. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. as it looks like Raynor needs a moment. I don't blame him. Raynor, he's asking for a break after a late game on Oceanborn. It's understandable. Understandable. Yeah, Clem, he's like, take your time, Bobby. Take your time. Big shout to Clem. Very amicable. And I guess with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. And when we return, we're going to be getting into game number 4. Either the finale or a game that Raynor can force to the ace match. It's all on the line right now. And again, Raynor, he's asking for a couple of minutes. We are more than happy to give it to him. We'll be back soon with our next game. See you then. Take this moment, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, get some water, hydrate yourself, and we'll be back shortly with the rest of the finals. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Hope you enjoyed that break. Again, our players did need it after an intense couple of games. We did have a bit of an intermission, but now we're back at it here. We're diving into game number 2 of the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe 216. Will it all end here, or can we force an ace match? I'm hoping for the ace match. I want more. I'm greedy like that. I'm a caster. I'm greedy. I want more games between our players, but it's not on me. It's on these two amazing combatants here before us. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our French Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Basilisk. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Raynor. Here we go. As Raynor going for a regular hatch first on Solaris, this time avoiding that 15-15, going for a standard opener. As a result, he would be pigeonholed into delaying his third and then being stuck on 2 bases and going into roaches. Again, the early Reaper aggression from Clem has been insane. It wasn't just last game, but even in game 1, we saw Clem pop off killing drones, laying bases, just being such a nuisance, and we've had enough. We had enough. Going for a hatch gas pool. Get out of here. But again, Clem, when it comes to his overall builds of choices, he hasn't been mixing it up too much. It's been a Rax expand into a 3rd CC before starports. Pretty much every game so far. Different variations where he's gone into Banshee play or gone into Widowmine drops or Liberator harass. Has been mixing it up when it comes to the follow-up there, but overall, economic openers. We'll see if that's the case here in game 4 as well. As the Reaper is on the way, SCV Scout comes in, and we get eyes on the timing of the hatchery. We are fully aware now of the hatch gas pool. We know what has been going on. Reaper moving out. It's going to be on Raynor to minimize his losses and to expand and take his 3rd base at a reasonable time. And there it is. 3rd is on the way before the Reaper even shows up. Very nicely done. Likewise, we do have the Reaper dipping into that natural. Oh, going to be threatening the Lings. Threatening those Lings. So far, though, we haven't lost anything, and we do pick off one. One Ling goes down, but the Reaper is forced back. It is going to be forced back. Ling speed on the way. It was prioritized. We pull out of gas. Queens are amassing, and Raynor's looking quite secure here. Yeah, the Tumor is going to be safe. We spot both Queens, so Clemmy dives into the main base. The Queen out of position, so we can get a full scout off. We get eyes on the Ling speed. We get eyes on lack of gases. So Clem confirms that it is not Roaches. So a nice scout there from Clem. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC. No, my apologies. I saw the starport. I assumed it was 3CC for the first time this series. For the first time, we have a delayed 3rd and a straight up 1-1-1. A very aggressive build. This could even lead into a Hellbat push. Oh boy. A very aggressive build here from Clem. Going into faster Banshees. More committed Hellion production. Hellions, they dive in. Speaking of being more committed, we get into the middle line. Drones are getting roasted. Not like this. 6 drones go down. This is already worth it. 8. We get 8. Almost 9. And we're not done, because the aggression has only just started. Remember, no 3rd base behind this. We ignore the Queens for a moment. Hellions retreat, 8 dead workers. Raynor, he's stuck, re-droning. Meanwhile, Clem hammering down that production here. Just continuing Hellions. Banshee's on the way. Stim behind this as well. And we'll keep an eye out for the Armory. Depending on whether or not we retain these Hellions. There it is, Stim in production. A bit of a brutal supply block, but we do break free, thankfully. We get out of the supply block, we go for an add-on swap as well. Overlord dips in, we get eyes on the production. The Hellions, they get past the Queens again! We delay mining at the natural, we head into the main base. Eva chambers are thrown down. 2 Eva chambers even, but we still fight. There's no, not like this. Raynor, he leaves them inattentive. The boys are being pulled. They line up. 11 drones get roasted, and that just may be it. 14, 15 drones go down. This is game-ending damage. As the Banshees, they rock up at the natural. No Spore Crawlers, no detection. Cloak is done in 2 seconds. In 2, in 1. Cloak has completed. And now we can turn back around and focus down those drones. This is just getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Before we could even think about the mid-game, we're dying here in the early to mid-game. In our build of choice, we were not ready for the spores. Sorry, we're not ready for the Banshees. No spores whatsoever. And this is too much. This is far too much. 25, soon to be 26 drone kills. We killed the Banshee, but that was worth it. Looking at the resources lost tab, 35 workers have gone down. We have another Banshee at the natural. No spore. 27 drone kills. And this is how our story ends, because as amazing as Raynor is, recovering from this position, you need your opponent. Basically, Raynor, he has to rely on Clem making mistakes. That's the only way. If Clem makes mistakes, if he overextends, if he, loses a full medevac, if he loses an army, bleeds out a couple too many Banshees, throws away his Hellions, Raynor has to rely here on Clem messing up. outside of that, Clem is in control of this game. Like, Clem, he has a massive lead right now. Oh boy, third base is being taken as we speak. Marines, they move out, they catch an Overlord. Ooh, supply blocking Raynor. Something that we can't quite afford right now. As Raynor, he's still struggling here to recover. Clem, meanwhile, he's already got Stim, and he's working on a timing. When 1-1 finishes up, we're pushing. We're moving out. And when it comes to defending against his timing, I don't know if Raynor can defend against it. Again, he has to rely on Clem making a mistake, because even before 1-1 finishes, we're moving out. Oh, God. We're already moving out. Lings, they come in for a backstab, but there are Hellions to defend. Not like this. As Clem, he sims on right through the center of the map. There's no Banelings, there's only Queens and Lings to defend. GG gets called, we don't even get a final fight. The writing was on the wall, and Clem will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Europe champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Clem runs away with it. He pops off, snowballs out of control with his opener. Again, for the first time this series, he did not open economically. Remember, he went for a 1-1-1, delayed third CC, so a much more committed Hellion and Banshee aggression and build, and just faster aggression overall from Clem. And Raynor was caught with his pants down. He was assuming that Clem would be, you know, playing more economic and playing more defensive, and Raynor was happily droning. He was skipping out on Lings. Raynor was being a little bit too greedy, considering he didn't know what was happening and didn't know what Clem was doing across the map. GG. GG, well played. Raynor just, again, misreading the situation, and Clem taking full advantage of Raynor in that moment, in that game. And he's our champion 2 weeks in a row. GG, well played. History repeats itself. Last week, Clem also took down Raynor 3-1. Seems to be the same case here this week. A shout out to Raynor though, because game 1 was beautiful. Like, game 1, it was very impressive to see Raynor survive. Weather the storm, and fight back and beat back Clem, get into lurkers, and win that game on hard lead. It was very impressive. It was a very impressive game on hard lead from Raynor. Outside of that though, Clem was looking very dominant. Even Oceanborn, which led to the late game, it's true, it went all the way to the late game, but Clem was never in really any danger. Remember, in the lead up to the late game, he was taking fungals to the face, but he was losing mainly Marines. He wasn't really bleeding out Ghosts. Like, Clem was trading so efficiently, and even in that game, like, he was in the driver's seat as well. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, and a shout out to Raynor, because even though he went down to Clem here in the finals, he still looked damn good making his way to the finals. He was able to bring down Max Pax, was able to bring down some big names like Showtime as well. Raynor looking a lot stronger against Protoss, struggling here against Terran, but it's okay. Still had a good showing, and still took down Max Pax, the best Protoss in Europe. The best 2 Protosses in Europe. He brought down Max Pax and Showtime. Again, did struggle here in the finals, but I mean, it's Clem. No shame in going down to Clem. With that, we have wrapped up here for the night. We've wrapped up for the night. It was a bit of a longer broadcast. It's almost midnight here in Europa, and we're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be back in under 24 hours with our next broadcast. It's going to be the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown. If you don't know what that is, it's an event that we've been running alongside Club NV, a Korean team. It's a beautiful event, but it has been on hiatus. We basically took a small break for IEM Katowice because the Koreans were traveling. So we took a small break for IEM, but we have returned with some show matches. With show matches between Nightmare, Bunny, Creator, and, of course, Cure. There we go. Wait, was it Cure or Gumiho? No, sorry, Gumiho. That's it. So Gumiho, Bunny, Nightmare, and Creator, 4 Korean players. Protoss and Terran, they have been invited to play in some show matches here on the CranKy Ducklings. In a couple of hours in, let me just get that number right for you, in 13 hours time. So here on this channel, in 13 hours and 40 minutes, we're going to be live with some very, very intense show matches. So be there. Be sure you're there for it. It's going to be an amazing time. It's going to be an amazing amazing day of StarCraft. So be sure to tune in for it. And that's going to be our only broadcast tomorrow. Potentially. We could have a replay cast. We'll figure it out. We won't be casting ESL Americas live. We're going to be covering that via replays. So just bear that in mind. We're going to be going over ESL Open Cup Americas via replays in a couple of days. We'll find a nice time slot to slip into it. So keep an eye out for that as well. Again, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We do post whenever we go live, so be sure you are aware of that. Again, follow us if you want to stay up to date with all of our broadcasts. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys in 13 hours for some lovely show matches. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.